Okay. Just gonna adjust my stuff. Wow. Laptop's on fire. What? All right. Okay, so I was asked 2 weeks ago to do a tutorial on how I set up my show files to do quick changes and stuff like that. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. I just have to fix a few things. There we go. Okay. All right. So the one thing before I start this whole thing, a quick disclaimer: everyone has their own style of doing lighting design. Everyone has their own way of doing things. This is just the way I do it, and it's the way I found is the easiest for me. But everyone has, different, a different style. That being said, I do think this is a pretty simple way of doing it. I'm a little bit biased, but I've been using this kind of setup for a few shows now. Mostly EDM and rock and roll concerts and stuff like that. Obviously, if you're doing like a cue-based show, like a play or a theater thing, it's going to be completely different. A completely different workflow than, or a completely different setup than this. So I'll start right off with the punt side, because my show file is half of it is punt and half of it, it's pretty much all punt. I do have a few things that are pre-recorded in advance, and those are mostly effects and stuff like that, and color palettes, but those I update when I get there before the show. And so I try to stay on the same execute window when I'm running a show. So this is my main execute window, and this is where I run pretty much all the main stuff. I usually have 2 to 3 execute windows. For bigger shows, I have even more. Do I do it is, there's 3 main ones that I usually have. There's the main one, and that has all my color selection for all of the fixtures. It has this color picker. It's a bit different than most of you will, it's a bit different than like the Christian Jackson color picker, if you guys know that one. It doesn't work. It doesn't. It's not based on group fixtures. It's based on a selection of the entire rig, and I'll explain that more in depth a bit later. And so I'll have some gobo selection for the whole rig, as well as some positions. Basically everything that's on this page will affect the entire rig. There's no individual selection on this page. That's because this is where I go when I want to make a big change. I can do it really quickly here. I do have a preload button here, but I never use it. I'll explain why I never use the preload button. Actually, I'll just do that right now. When you're doing something like EDM or something like that, I dislike using touchscreens on drops, on a downbeat or something like that. If I'm building up to a drop, I'll hit my strobes and stuff, and I'll change colors, and I'll hit my blinders position and all that. And I'm kind of busy up during the build up. I'm pretty busy doing all of that, so I don't really have time to preload an entire setup, an entire look while I'm doing everything on my playbacks. So usually I have my effects set up beforehand, and I'll explain how that works in a bit. So I mean, if you're doing EDM and stuff like that, let's just say, for example, you do use the preload button, then you have to preload a bunch of stuff you want, right? And then you have to hit that button on the drop, which is kind of inconvenient, because sometimes, touchscreens aren't super fast. If you have like an old touchscreen, it's not going to be super great, because sometimes it has like a 1 second delay, and just for accuracy I just don't use it. I have it there if I need it. Sometimes I use it for very specific things, but usually I don't. It's there on every page, just in case. But yeah, so the next page I have is my effects page, and this is, kind of self-explanatory. It's where all of my effects are. There's a bit of punting, I guess, on this side on my effects page, in that my color effects are usually completely generated on the spot with this color picker here. So it's a 3 color effects picker, or it's a 3 color effects thing. I can do 2 color effects or 3 color effects. So if I want to do an effect that's just white and red, then I can just select those 2 colors, and then I have a variety of different directions and stuff like that here that I can select. This stuff won't go into effect until I bring up this fader right here, and this is a size fader, which is why I don't use the preload button, because I don't need to use it. I usually just activate my effects beforehand and then bring this fader up. So I guess you could kind of treat it like a preload, because I'm selecting effects before a drop, and then just bringing these, usually I'll bring these 3 faders up at the drop. And it's really easy, because instead of trying to hit a touchscreen, you're just bringing 3 faders up, as well as, the intensity faders. So that works the same for the 3 color effects. I can select, say I just want an RGB effect, I can just select those 3 colors, and then the effect will run through those 3 colors. I'm not going to show that with a visualizer right now, because it's a pain in the ass to try and set that up right now, and capture takes up quite a lot of computer resources. And it's kind of self-explanatory. So as I said, I have these directions for everything. If you worked on MA, you probably know you can just put all of them in one queue stack and select it like that, but unfortunately you can't do this on Chamsys. One of the few things I wish Chamsys has. Eventually I'm guessing they'll add it, but for now it's just this. And honestly, I like this system quite a bit. And so what I do to record these effects when I'm in a rush, I just record the first one. So I'll just take on my all group, add the effect to it, and then record and just merge it into this. And then to update all of these other ones, I just include the effect, go into the programmer and just change the direction, and then bada bing, bada boom, and just merge it into the next one. That way you don't need to re-record every single effect. You can just record the first one and then change the direction. Super, super easy. And so I have a bunch of special color effects on this side that don't use the color picker. So like stuff like rainbow and color flicks as well. I mean, the color flicks do use the color picker. It's one thing to note. And then I have all of my position effects are down here. And it's really simple. I mean, one thing when you're programming is you're trying to, program all these a million different effects because you think it looks cool and you think you'll need a million different effects during a show. But the reality is you'll probably use, maybe maximum 10, right? During a show, because the thing is, you'll notice the difference between effects, but the audience pretty much won't, because they're not really paying attention to the lighting. They do, but kind of like not actively. They're not actively looking at the lighting like, whoa, look, the lights are doing spinny things. They're just kind of like, I don't know. Oh no, I program in GrandMA as well, but I honestly think that this is easier. GrandMA has a lot of really, really nice things, but honestly, I think Chamsys is just a lot simpler. Because I don't need any macros for all these. That's the thing. With all these color pickers, I don't need any macros. I just copy paste the palettes and make it a region, and that's it. But with MA, you need to have a million macros. Like I made the Christian Jackson color picker a few months ago, and I think it took like 156 macros to make it for 6 groups. It's ridiculous. And it took like 5 hours to make. On the Chamsys side, you just copy paste, like here, you literally just copy paste this, boop, and then you get a group. Oh, my group button's not working. Gonna have to fix that. You take a group, and then there, you're done. You just have to make that a region, and there, you're done. That's it, right? And if you want to assign bitmaps to that, that's pretty easy too. Anyways, oh, that's still a region. Oh yeah, I apologize if you can hear my keyboard in the background. I really like mechanical keyboards, but they're really loud, which is nice, but not so nice for streams. Anyways, so yes, I have all of my main effects here. You can't really see the symbols or the names because it's not full screen. Usually I have an extra touchscreen and I just put it in full screen, but I don't have a wing connected, so I can't show that. But these, I mean, does it work? No. Actually, wait, it does work. Okay. So you can see the names are pretty clear here. This, I'll explain a bit. So yeah, all my effects, my movement effects are here. The speed for those is controlled by the Grandmaster. Because I never use the Grandmaster anyways, so I just put the speed control, the Speedmaster, on the Grandmaster. That way it's separate from all the other playbacks. Because one thing I've found is I have a tendency of pushing all the faders to full during a drop because, I mean, it's a lot of fun. The only thing is that if I put my speed faders on the main playbacks, then it changes the speeds, which is not what I want most of the time. Because the max speed I usually have is ridiculously fast and is only suitable for a few songs. So yeah, I usually have that on the Grandmaster, and it's nice because it's separated from the other playbacks. Super useful. And it's the same kind of system that I have for the color effects in that the size master, I have the size master for this, for the position effects. So I can select any position effect I want, and then it won't output to the stage until I bring up the size, the position size fader, which is really, really useful. And another thing I can do is if it's like a slow song, I can vary this effect. I can make it a lot smaller and tight and concentrated, and I can bring down the speed quite a bit, and that makes it perfect for those like slow songs, right? And for really like upbeat songs, I can just bring the size to full, and just, have a good time. And yes, my intensity effects, I'm still kind of working on a few. I mean, there's not that many intensity effects you really need during a show. I found that these 5 are usually the ones I use. Same deal for the size, activating it. It's all controlled by this size master. And I also have on on the color effects and the intensity effects, I can change the fade to a snap with these 2 buttons here. And the way you do that is assign special. I'm pretty sure it's effects. No, haven't programmed in a while. Should be timing. Nope. Oh yeah, it's rate params, that's right. So you can go to assign special rate params, or rate parameters, and you can add fade, time, or snap, and then the parts modifiers. And then you just include that all in one region, and it works. And there was a bug a few months ago, where if you had a color effect in a parts, if you selected parts 2, it would work, but then if you deselected parts 2, it would still stay in parts 2, and you couldn't go back. But they fixed that now, which is wonderful. So now you can, activate different parts, and if you deselect it, it'll go back to the normal setting you put it at for the recorded cue. I have color scrolls, my color scrolls for the entire rig here, and I have 5 different speeds because usually moving lights have ridiculous range for their speeds on their scrolls. Like the max speed will be ridiculously fast, or as I like to call it, ludicrous speed. And then there's also ridiculously slow. So I have 5 of them instead of 3. And then I usually have, this is a work in progress show file, but I usually have a bunch of very specific effects here. Mostly like prism effects and stuff like that, and specific gobos with specific colors and specific prisms and stuff like that. It's all very specific effects, and they override the programmer. They override everything. So I can hit those effects. I think I have 2 of them right here. So like Pebble's prism, it sets the gobo wheel to a pebble prism or like a breakup, and it puts the prism on it and sets a pretty slow rotation to it. So it's a trippy look. And then trippy hypno is, it's trippy hypno. All right. And then my third. Oh yeah, I was gonna explain these. Sorry. This right here is for my swipe buttons. If I go to the first page for my execute buttons, if you don't notice, you can set all of your play and pause buttons to be execute buttons, like flash buttons. If you just put the playbacks or the cue stacks on the first execute page, and you make the execute page 10 by 2. And so I use that all the time. I think I've done it for every single show. I don't think I've ever used the play and pause button except for one play I did, or one musical I did. And so usually this section right here, the top section, remains the same for every show I do. These 3 are always the same as well. I've been playing around with some new stuff like color swipes, and instead of having, because one thing I was finding is I would have swipe left red, or swipe white, swipe red, swipe green, just like my color bumps here. But I found it's just easier if I can change those colors. So that's what this is. I can change, if it's full screen, you actually see this is swipe right. And so I can change the color of the swipe. So if I want to swipe red, if I want to swipe right red, I can just select that on this. And these, this is the bigger color picker. These are just the main colors because, I wanted to save space. As you can see here, right here, rainbow spin. That's one of my specific effects. Like I said before, actually, I'm just gonna copy this, put it there. But yeah, this is where I put my specific effects. And like I said, these override everything. They don't stop anything. I never use stop because it's just annoying. Nothing in my show file stops anything. So these, my positions stop each other, but that's just normal. And my effects stop each other, just because I don't want to have two effects running at the same time. But other than that, it's not really stopping, they're all just soloed. Anyways, yes, these are, so yeah, my special effects there. For bigger shows, oh, it's fine, okay, sorry. I used to dedicate, yeah. Oh yeah, my first page, so I have color flashes, and I use that a lot. I'll explain the swipe effect soon. I use color flashes a lot, and basically these just flash certain colors on the entire rig. And so you can do a bunch of different things with these in conjunctions with the old, the classic rock and roll flash buttons, so even, odd, and left, right. Pretty self-explanatory. This flashes the rig even, odd on the intensities, and it also swaps the whole rig. That way, if I have lights up when I hit this button, it'll just swap them out, because it's just annoying. I'll show all this on the visualizer after I've explained everything. Left, right, same deal. It's just left side of the rig flashes and the right side flashes. I have 3 different strobes. Strobe is for actual strobe units like atomics and stuff like that. Strobe is for like moving light strobes or LED strobes, like sync strobes. And then random strobe is, it's random strobe. And so I'll mash these for ADM and stuff like that. Open, kind of self-explanatory as well. It opens all the gobos. It doesn't stop anything out, as I said before. It's just for like build-ups and stuff like that. So I can hit this open button and then flash these different colors. And so the open will just clear, it'll just open up the gobos and prisms. And there's the swipes. Rainbow strobe is just a rainbow effect that I use in conjunction with the strobes. It makes strobe crazier, which I didn't think would be possible, but And then blinder is a position. It puts all of the moving lights right into the audience, so I can strobe right into their faces and blind them forever. And again, that doesn't stop. It just overrides everything. Alright, swipe effects. They're tedious. They're very tedious, but they're cool. They're really cool. So let me go to the output. Oh. It seems all of my macros have completely changed. Because usually I have my F1 to F12 keys. I have a script running in the background that lets me use those keys as window keys, because Chamsys doesn't natively recognize those keys. Or at least, pretty sure it doesn't. Anyways, I was going to output. Right, so I'll just bring up some lights. What you do, easiest way to do this, is you put all of your lights in a grid like this on the outputs window. And then what you can do, oh, nope, don't want to do that. What you can do is you can select up here, and it'll select the entire row of lights. And so to do the swipe effects, it's just a Q stack. For me, I use soft palettes for my swipes, because then I can change the color of the swipes. So for example, but if you wanted to do a specific color, if you wanted to swipe red, then what you would do is you would select all of your fixtures. Man, all of my buttons aren't working. You would select all of your fixtures, and then you would select whatever color you wanted. So let's say you just want red, right? Then you do that, record as a Q in a Q stack, and then you go to the next one, select the same color, record that as a second Q, and on until you reach the end. And then you turn this into an effect, or a chase, and and you set the, I'll just show you the actual the Q stack for this. Here, yeah, you can see it's a chase, and it's just a million Q stacks. And I set the speed, or the crossfade, to 0, and the speed to 1,000,000, or I mean 21,042. And I just set the direction to forward. That way it goes through all the Qs. And one thing to note is at the end I make it so that where is it? Oh, I didn't do that. Usually I put a Q at the end that stops it so that it doesn't continue doing the chase as I hold it, so that I can hold it and it'll go through the swipe and stop once it's done, and it'll stay in that color until I release the button. And that's just, yeah, it halts at last step. Yeah, that's right. It just halts at the last step, and then once you release the button, it'll reset to the first step. Another thing to note with these swipe effects is I go to the audio tab and inhibit the rate divisor. That way my tap to time doesn't affect it. And that's actually the next thing I want to talk about for my effects. Oh, getting a bunch of notifications. My color effects and my intensity effects all use the tap to time, because I used to have speed masters for those, but it was just useless, because I would still just use the tap to time instead, and the speed masters would do absolutely nothing, because that'd just be, if you don't have your speed masters at full and you try to tap the time, it won't take that time that you tapped, if that makes sense. Because they'll be doing if you have your Speedmaster fader set at 50% and you tap the time, it will only be doing 50% of that tap to time. I think that makes sense, hopefully. So for all of my position effects, I did the same thing, because before what would happen is my position effects would also take the time from tap to time, which is really annoying because you don't want your movement effects to be going 1,000,000 miles an hour because it's trying to match the speed of your color effects. So what I did is you just go into your Q stack, and then you go to Options, Audio, and you inhibit it. At the bottom, very bottom, you just inhibit it so that it just keeps its speed. So all of these, if I go into if I view Q and go into the effect, the speed is always the same. Usually it's 99 BPM, I think. Some of these are a bit, yeah, it's around, usually my max speed is around 100 BPM, and I can change, of course I can change that with the Speedmaster on the Grandmaster. And so yeah, it doesn't take the tap to time, which is wonderful. Alright, third window is, before I move on, I should say, to make these, to make the exact swipe I did, you just have to basically record one color palette as, if you want to do a left and a right one, you could record one color palette as a left, and you record one as a right, and you just make sure all the attributes are in that color palette for every light. Doesn't matter what those attributes or what the color in that palette is, because you're using it as a soft palette. And so you put that soft palette in here, and then you take your main colors and your main group, and you just put it all in a region, and that should work. Actually, I'll delete that. Actually, I'll just demonstrate that real quickly with the Outputs tab. Yeah, you can see there, it's swiping. Now when I release, it doesn't go to anything else because I don't have any other palettes selected. But if I go down here and select Velvet Thunder, you can see it's there, and I can still swipe, and if I'm still holding it, it'll still be the color I swiped, but when I release it, it'll go back to the palette I selected. And so, yeah. Really cool and really useful. And yeah, actually I'll just demonstrate buttons here, these are just color flashes. And then, yeah, as you can see, I have all my intensities up here, but when I hit my even button, it swaps. That way, if I have something up, I can still hit those two buttons and it'll work. Yeah, so that's those buttons. And rainbow strobe. Oh yeah, you can't see it on that. Yep, alright. So, that's my effects page. The next page I have is, I have these four, because I'm just experimenting with things for bigger shows and bigger rigs. But usually the next page I have for my execute windows is the fader page, and that's for all my hazers. I do have my color speed masters and stuff like that here. So I do actually have a playback for those. I just never use it. I just always keep it at full. It's just there in case I need it. In case the tap to time isn't being reliable and I need to change the speed or stuff like that. I also have my rotation speed for gobos. Usually I put that on my crossfade fader. As you can see, it's when I move it, this is moving. That way I can have pretty easy control over rotation for my gobos. And I can, because what I found is when you put rotation on a touch screen, it can be kind of fiddly, especially because a lot of moving lights have a smaller range of speed with a lot of speed, if that makes sense. No, that doesn't make sense. So you'll set a slow speed at 15 and then 17 will be super fast. Hopefully that makes sense. Probably doesn't, but anyway, it just allows me to have super accurate control over my speeds. And then I have zoom. I never use this though because I usually use palettes instead. It's just there in case. I will explain these. I found that it's kind of annoying to go back to this page every 10 minutes, 5 minutes to change the haze levels, and it's also kind of annoying to use the faders here on the touchscreen. So sometimes I just want to add a burst of haze to the stage. So I have these buttons, and what these buttons do is it will activate the hazer. It will set the hazer to full for 10 seconds, and then it'll deactivate it. And then, yeah, usually I just have 3 hazers there. If I have more, I can just add more. But this button is also, it's a duplicate of this playback. It's literally the same cue stack, as you can see, 181 and then 181. It's just this one's a fader and this one's a button. So if I want to just activate a hazer real quick, I can just go to this page and hit that button. And I can usually, hazers have fans on them, so I can control that here too. So yes, for positions, I have lots and lots of positions, but there's 3-4 groups. I don't know how many types of groups I have, but the basics is I have on this row I have my pan. Yeah, these are all pan palettes. And then these are all tilt palettes. And then, so I can just mix and match and make completely different positions using this. So I can, do spread and 75 tilt, or go to blinders, and it'll just change up everything, right? And then I have all of my fade times for these positions are here. I would rather have control over the fade times on a fader, but that's not possible right now. So, you can set a busking rate master, but I don't like using that. So right now, the buttons will work. And then I have these for the band, different, if there's a drum solo, I can just hit this button. Right now it's not working because there's nothing recorded there. But I can just hit this button, this palette, and then it'll go to the drummer. All the moving lights will just point to him. And so these are, kind of self-explanatory. And then these ones are the special ones. These ones are, don't know how to explain what these are. I'll just open up Capture and just show what they look like. These are crazy looks that look cool. So let's go to B mode. I'll explain B mode in 10 seconds. But here we go. Actually, I'll just do that. So here's all of the lights. I'll go to spread. There we go. They're all spread. Oh, there you go. So this is a normal position. I'll just bring down a few lights. There we go. Here's a position. Now if my crazy, this is just a normal spread, right? So I can do a cross and it'll go to a cross, or I can do X and it'll, do X. Pretty straightforward. But these ones, so like set, it goes to the back wall, and then I can do some crazy stuff on it. Yeah, like this. I can do some crazy stuff on the back wall. That's what those effects are for. And so these are just, sometimes I use the effects. I just activate an effect and then make positions based off of that. But most of the time, because that's just a pain in the ass to try and do, most of the time I just combine a bunch of these palettes and just see what looks cool. So one of them I did was I went to this palette, and then I spread or no, I didn't. That's right. I went to this palette and then I just fanned everything, and it looked really, really cool. And so yeah, here's a bunch of those effects. So like splay, and then I can use these fade times here. I can use these fade times here. The purpose of these is they're all different. They're all completely different positions, and they all look really cool. And so I can do a 10-second fade to pyramid, and it'll do that 10-second fade, and it'll just look pretty cool. If there's like a transition in songs or something like that, then I can do that, and it'll go to some cool looks. That's batshit. Some of these are just, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. So like tic-tac-toe is one of my starting positions. So it's just all the lights kind of on the stage, not into the audience. And I can do like a nice fade into the audience at the start of a song or something like that. It'll look pretty cool. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And so I'm gonna close that. And so now we'll go to, actually, yeah, that's pretty much most of it. Oh, these color palettes are special. So as I said, I have this special color picker. So this is the all row, straightforward. And then I have these 3 rows. I'm still working on this because it's not buggy, it's just trying to figure out how I want to split up the rig. But I'll explain how it works. So if I go to the outputs, everything's white. Here, let me just go do that. And then bring this to the bottom. All right. Oh, God, that does not look good. Anyways, so you can see here everything's white. And when I move the top row, it'll change the whole rig. But if I hit a primary color, it'll change a certain selection of the rig. That way I can make a 2-color combo really easily on the fly. And if I want to add a bit more complexity to it, as I said, it's still in progress. But the idea is I can do a 2-color combo, and then, if I want, I can add another color to that, a 3rd one. And then you can have these really nice color combos that are just made on the spot. Now for combos that aren't made on the spot, like these right here, these are my special ones. These basically contain more than 3 colors usually. 2-color effects I'll usually just do with this, but if there's more than that, I have specific colors that I like to go to. And these are all named. Instead of having a bitmap for them, I just have a name because I remember it. It's pretty easy. Like, I know that rainbow is rainbow, right? Or rain is some nice blues, different shades of blue. Crazy diamond is some blue and some magenta and purple and stuff like that. Purple rain, kind of explanatory. Purple, blue, cyan. And then forest is different greens and stuff like that. Velvet Thunder is one of my favorites. It's red, orange, purple, magenta. Yeah. It looks pretty cool. But these are all colors I can just go to in a pinch, because sometimes I want to just go to a specific color combo with one click instead of having to build one. Something I find really annoying during shows, I don't want the audience to see what I'm building, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to be selecting these colors and have the audience see the different groups change. I want the entire rig to change at once, right? So that's what these are for. I can also preload different combos. I wish they would fix this, because right now when you preload something, so for example, if I want to go green on the last group and then I change my mind, I want to go red, then this still remains red and this still remains green. So it doesn't update, which is kind of annoying, because sometimes, maybe you're like, oh, maybe I don't want to go red, I want to go blue. Or wait, no, how about like orange? And then you'll have a million colors here and you're like, wait a minute, what color am I going to be going to? Because this isn't outputting to the stage as a preload. So hopefully they'll change that eventually. But yes, for beams and gobos and stuff like that, I usually have a bit of stuff on the main page, but I'll also have a different execute page for gobos entirely. It's empty right now because I got frustrated and just deleted it all. I'm gonna change it and make it look nicer. But I did a, for example, I did a music festival last summer, and there was Roby points on it, and up to that point I had been using Vari-Lights. So I kind of, instead of kind of integrating the gobos of the point into, because the point is a beam light, right? And Vari-Lights are spots mostly. So I had to kind of change that, and I removed all my Vari-Light stuff and just had a different page I had a separate page specifically for the points, and had all my gobos for the points there and all of the beam options there. But ideally, if you have, the other reason I did that is because the other moving lights that I had on that rig were beam lights or LEDs, not spots, so they didn't have gobos or anything like that, like BI type lights that had infinite pan and tilt. I'll explain how I worked with infinite pan and tilt in a sec. But I just put all of the gobos for the points on a different page, and whenever I wanted to change to specific gobos, I just went to that page. I'll have main gobos on this page usually, but only the main ones I like to use. So this isn't all the gobos on the gobo wheel. This is just the ones I like. So like I have 2 breakups, and I have the circle, the cone gobo. It's just the ones I really like using, like the pinwheel, because most moving lights have a pinwheel on it. And it also has, I'll also have like the zoom and the iris and stuff like that. This beam mode and the spot mode are they're new to the show file. I haven't run a show with them yet, but the idea is beam mode is a specific palette that contains, it just opens up all the gobos, or no, it doesn't open up everything. It just, it sets a specific iris and a specific zoom, so it looks like a beam, if that makes sense. So like, let's see, these ones right here, these beams, that tightness is what the beam mode is for. But something really wide, like, there's nothing in this picture. That's kind of wide. Something wide like this beam is my spot mode. So spot mode is basically, it widens everything, and beam mode is, it brings it to about medium on iris and zoom. But usually it keeps the iris at full, because sometimes I want to put gobos on that mode. And when you bring in, especially for like the circle gobo, if you bring in the iris, you can't see anything because it closed on the gobo, if that makes sense. Like, since it's a circle and you close the iris, it'll just shut out everything because there's nothing in the middle. And so, yes, that's the gist of this show file. It's still, there's still some stuff that's work in progress, but this is mostly the show file I'll go and use during a show. For pixel, if I have a light like a BI or something like that, or some LED bars that I don't want to do very specific pixel stuff on, I'll have a different page for that. And yes, so for intensities and stuff like that, I haven't, since I do mostly EDM and stuff like that, and the rock concerts I've done, I've had extra wings. Usually I don't have front lights, so I don't have them. I usually only have, like, you know, the lights on the stage for my intensities. But usually I'll have like my spots on the far right on playback 10, and I mean, fairly simple. They're all defaulted on the playback so that if I go to different pages, they're still there. Because usually I'll have, yeah, I still have some here. Usually I'll have on my second page, so my first page is my main page, my second one will have some more specific effects. So like I have this 4Q Q stack, and this is for like, it basically, how do I explain this? It's like an intensity effect, but it's timed when I hit this button. So if I want, I can go to this page and hit this button to the beat of the music, and it'll do an intensity effect from the left to the right. So it'll turn on the left. It'll turn on the first lights. Actually, you know what? Is this? No, it's not. This is, yeah, I haven't updated this yet. But like the first cue will activate the first section, second will activate the second, third, fourth, etc. Now I can just, because usually songs only have, well, they do 4 beats, so like do, and so I'll just hit this button along with the beat. And so, yes, that's the gist of this show file. I have, I guess I'll explain my how I set up my groups and my palettes and everything like that. For the patch, usually, ooh, that's nice. I haven't programmed with Chamsys in a while, so I looked at the changelog today and was like, oh boy, I'm a little bit behind on the versions on the new features. That's new. Anyways, usually I'll tag my spotlights, my spots cyan, and this makes it super easy to, well, when you're looking at the patch, it's super easy to just look at it and see what kind of lights you're looking at if you like that sort of organization. So yeah, I'll have all of my spots in cyan, all of my beams in green, and it's super, just, it's easier on the eyes. And so you can see that translates to my group page here. And so you can see, so these are all my spots, right? And then I have all my beams in green, my washes in yellow, and that's just how I roll. So this show file is built for a really big rig with about 50 movers, I think, 50 to 60 movers. So it's ridiculously big. Like I think the biggest show I've done was like 40 lights. And so actually, damn, cannot see anything. Still can't see anything. There we go. See, that's the point of the beam mode. If my spots are super wide, I can just hit the beam mode, and it makes very clear lines. And that's mostly for like positions, because if you have a really wide zoom or iris and you try to do a really complex position, like splay, it's just kind of like a mess. But if you do spots, you can kind of see the complexity. So these positions, well, first I'll explain what I was talking about before, which was wet. Oh yeah, so this rig has 1,000,000 lights. As you can see, here, it's just, it's lots of lights. And the point of this show file is to just see what kind of workflow a bigger rig is. Like what's the difference in workflow between a small rig and a big rig. And it's just practicing really. I like to do it so that I can find out what works and what doesn't work for my programming styles. Because usually with smaller rigs, I like to, for some of my effects or some of my positions or colors, I like to individually select lights and change the color and then just do that. But when you, like with a rig that has 30 lights or 20 lights, that's easy, right? But with a rig that has this many lights, it's not possible because there's like, it's ridiculous. So that's why I have so many groups on this. Usually I won't have that many groups, but this is just a way of sorting different group types, I guess. So for example, I have 2 trusses of spotlights, and I have some spotlights on the ground on towers. So if I go, if I go here, you can see I have a row of spots here and a row of spots here, and then some on the ground. So I have different groups for each one. That way, if I just want to play or work with one truss of lights, I can do that super easily. And this is really useful for like positions and stuff like that. Yeah, it's ridiculously easy for positions. Makes life easier because then you can just specifically change things. And same thing with this. There's a lot more groups. There's some lights on the side, as you can see here. These are really cool. I really want to use these in a show in the future. Lights that are rigged like this on towers on the side, because you can make some ridiculously cool positions and looks with them. Whoa. So I also have for programming, my apologies if I'm going more into the programming side instead of, doing what I do in the actual show. But so I have on my page 10 for all of my playbacks, I have a playback for each different type or section of lights, if that makes sense. So if I just want to see the beams that are on the ground, I have a playback for that, so I can work with them individually instead of having to go and highlight them or anything like that. I can just bring up the playback. It's super easy. That way I can work with them and change everything. So that's super useful for lights like these that are on the side, because they're fiddly. They're very fiddly when you're doing positions, mostly because trying to get everything to work symmetrically, and when you have all of the other lights on, it's hard to see them. It's like, wait, where are those lights, right? So that way I can just individually work on these lights. Yeah, as you can see, this is a pretty simple position, but it looks pretty cool. That's why I really, really like them. So let's just change, yeah. Yeah, see, these look amazing. Yeah, these look pretty cool. That's why I really, really like them. But yes, so the first thing I'll do is I'll record a million different groups. For my effects, I do have a specific group, and that's a pain in the ass to do, but once it's done, it's done. And the reason I make a specific group for my effects is that way I can make them symmetrical, because I'm all about having symmetrical effects. So if I go over to my effects page and activate, oh yeah, that's right, some of them, yeah. Yes, so some of the spots don't have the effect recorded into them. As you can see, they're not changing colors. So I maybe, would you guys be interested in seeing me actually fix that? Because that's hopefully a pretty simple fix, actually, if my symmetrical effect selection is fine. So this selection is basically, I go to the outputs tab. The thing that takes the most time for me is making this tab when it comes to programming, because it's super, super useful, because then you can make symmetrical selections. So symmetrical selections is basically you can just select the lights symmetrically, but not just this way, because for symmetrical effects, you want to go up, if that makes sense. So you want to go like this, so that the effect goes from left to right instead of going, because if you select all of your lights like this, then the effect is just going to go boom, boom. If it goes forward, it's just going to go through this one, and then that one, and then that one, and that one. That's not good. So I usually make a selection like this. If I have like, it's kind of hard to show here, but like I'll start from here, go there, select all of these, stuff like that. And then just make that all into one group. It takes forever to record. It takes like 2 minutes, but still. Actually, 2 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but it's a pain in the ass. So hopefully this actually works. I haven't tested it in a while. Yeah, you can see here you go. This is a symmetrical selection. Let me just change the fade to 0. Yeah, there we go. It's a little janky because that's just how the positions, how the moving lights are positioned in this rig. But yeah, it works. It goes from left to right, and that's a symmetrical selection. But if I go to this is my main backlight group for every light that's on the stage. All includes the key lights, so the front lighting. The backlight is everything that's not not key light or front light. So if I try to do the same thing here, let's bring this down. You can see it doesn't look good. It just, yeah, it doesn't look great. Oh yeah, these washes are doing something very weird. If you'll notice, you can see the washes. Oh man, it's lagging a lot. You can see the washes there are active in the effect for some reason, which is a problem because they're not supposed to be. It's only supposed to be the beams. That's one thing with this show file is if I activate an intensity effect, it should only play back on lights that I have up. So if I don't have anything up here, it's not gonna output. But if I do have some lights up, it will output. You can see there. Yeah, those look cool. One thing to note is I don't usually have effects for individual groups of light, just because it's useless, in my opinion. I mean, I would love to be able to have that much control, but when I'm running a show, I never see the point in it because it takes more time. That's one thing is the reason I made this stream is because someone asked me how I do stuff quickly. I just treat the rig as one rig, usually. That way I can do stuff very quickly. Like, that's basically what this color picker is for. Oh yeah, I probably have to turn this off. This color picker right here, it changes the entire rig. That way I can do stuff really, really quickly. I do have the Chris and Jackson color picker here, of course. But I don't want to be here doing this, changing every groups of light during a build-up for like EDM and stuff like that, because it just takes more time, right? And I don't want to be using that time to select different colors. I want to be using that time to, hit the strobes, hit the colors, change my effects and stuff like that. So if I'm in a hurry, I can just hit one color that I know will work for a certain song, and I'll just go and continue. Yeah. So one thing to note is my movement effects aren't, what's it called? They're not locked to a certain position. What's it called? Oh yeah. The add is set to normal. That way it's not locked, so that I can change how a movement effect looks by just changing the position. So obviously a tilt, oh man, I really should not keep closing this tab. So if I add a tilt effect when the position is cross, you can see I'll just add this. Here we go. So if let me just take all this down. If I add a tilt effect to this, it looks like that, right? Oh, let me just change the speed. There you go. See, there's a demonstration of my effects, I guess. But if I change the position to a spread, it'll just change like that. So all my effects, I can just completely change the look of a certain effect by just changing my positions. Damn, that looks pretty cool. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, media. That's one thing. This is going into more the experimental stuff. Oh, I'll show what blinders is. Yeah, okay, well, it doesn't really work because I can't do both. But here. So let me just go to, there we go. Say I'm just, this is the position. Blinders, if I'm, strobing during a build-up for a drop, I can hit blinders and I'll push all of my moving lights into the audience. And then yeah. Actually, I think I'm just going to make that a normal button, because that way it's easier. Yeah. So now the idea is, I can have this base position, I can hit blinders, it'll activate, push everything into the audience, and then I can hit, oh man, my computer's suffering right now. And then I can just hit my different, oh boy. Yeah, my computer does not like this right now. I can hit my different color effects, hit strobes and stuff like that, and then I can push everything back to its position, its original position, by releasing the blinders button. Yes, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be streaming for a bit longer. Yeah, don't have anything to do right now. I will probably start doing some actual programming on this show file because I have to update a few things. But yeah, feel free to ask questions. If you want me to show you things, I can show you how to do something. I'd be happy to. Yes. Oh, yeah, I do have to fix that. So yeah, like I said, I put my rotation speed for my gobos on the crossfade, and then I put the tap to time, the time for the color effects and the intensity effects on my go button, main go button. I wish I could use these 4 buttons for something else. Maybe I can. But right now, yeah, no. Yeah, you can see here, to set those things as they are, so that the Grandmaster controls a specific thing, you just go into settings and playback, and then set the Grandmaster function to QStack1, and then whatever you want to control, just put it in QStack1. Yes, so you can see my position speedmaster is here, my rotation is there, and then this, don't know what that's supposed to be. But, oh yeah, I'll explain my organization in terms of Q stacks, because I'm a bit of a control freak when it comes to organizing my Q stacks, in that I just organize everything. I try not to have extra stuff. That's strange. If you guys are if you have like problems with the stream, please tell me so I can fix it. Like, because YouTube's telling me video output is low right now, but OBS is telling me everything's a-okay. So yeah, if you're having problems, Please say so I can fix it. Anyways, so the way I organize my shows in terms of cue stacks is usually this row is empty. Usually. I mean, right now it's not because I've been recording stuff, but like before a show starts, I'll organize everything. It makes things faster usually, because then I try not to have any extra useless cue stacks. That way things just run faster and I don't have to work with lag and stuff like that. But yeah, since we have like what 20,000 cue stacks, we can record a lot of cue stacks. So I just use all that space to organize everything, and usually it'll be these are going to be usually my playbacks, my flash buttons, and they're organized in what area they are. So these buttons right here, the hit buttons, they're very specific. I'm trying to find a way to make it easier and take less space, but the idea is I can hit those 4 buttons in time with the music, but they take too much space to put on the playback, so they're for like extra wings and stuff like that, because the extra wing has a row of 4x3 flash buttons, or 3x4 flash buttons. So if I ever worked with a extra wing, I wish one day, I would just put these there so that I can hit those 4 buttons in time with the music and be really accurate with the music. But moving on, I have all my main intensities on this row. It doesn't matter which row it's on, it's just separating everything. That way I know where everything is and I can update everything super fast. Because I know like all my effects are down here, right? Here's my position effects. My hazers are here. They never ever move from there, because the way they work is it's all cue stacks. For my 10-second buttons, it's all cue stacks and stuff like that. It's all macros, cue stack macros. So yeah, you can see here, the E macro it should be activate. It's been a while, but yes, that's right. It activates. So I can explain the system if you want. I've explained it in past streams. It's not that complicated. It's just a bunch of macros, but it's super, super useful. Basically, you'll see if I hit this button, it'll activate these 2 cue stacks. And this right here is a timer cue stack. And so activate this, and then this is a 10-second fade. Once it's done that 10-second fade, it hits this cue. And then this cue is just macros that deactivate these 3 cues. So I'll just run through. So it activates these 2, and then once this is done, it'll deactivate all 3. Hopefully that makes sense. So there's no actual values in the cues here. There's nothing in these cues. They're just there for the macros, because this is my playback that actually has the intensity values for my hazers, and so it just activates it and sets it to full. Super useful, really nice. Usually I have a button on my main page called 420 Blaze It, or Haze It, and basically what that does is it activates all 3 hazers at the same time for 10 seconds. That way if I'm really busy doing something else, I can just hit that button, add some more haze, instead of having to go through this page. But usually I have enough time to go to this page. I was going to say how I work with infinite pan and tilt on fixtures. If you haven't had the chance to work with those kinds of fixtures, I would try to, because they're really, really cool. And I have the palettes for them in every show file, just in case I encounter them. The way it works is those fixtures will have 2 separate channels for their infinite pan and tilt. They'll have the normal pan and tilt channels, and then they'll have 2 more channels for infinite pan and tilt. And so do any of these? Nope. Yeah, they don't have anything. I wish, because it'd be easier to show. But so like you can go both ways. Usually with infinite pan and tilt, you can just like a gobo wheel, the rotation on a gobo wheel, you can go both ways. I don't do that. I just go one way because no one's gonna notice that you're going the same way for 2 hours. You're not gonna notice that these moving lights are going stupid fast the same way, you know, because, well, it's EDM or rock and roll, either way. So yeah, I mean, I never use these speeds during a show. They're just there for programming purposes. But what I'll do is I'll have 2 playbacks dedicated to both of them. So I'll have a playback that controls the speed of infinite tilt and a playback for infinite pan. That way I can control the speed of the infinite tilt. It's basically a movement effects. It's easier to think of it as just a movement effect that just keeps on turning or spinning. So it's basically, you know, effects speed master for either pan or tilt. And so sometimes I can just, you know, push these 2 faders to the max, or, you know, hit. One thing I found was I could, this may be just fixture specific, probably is, but with the fixtures I was working with, I could hit the flash button for about a second and release it, and the moving lights would spin once and then go back to their position, which is pretty cool. It's just another tool, really. When you're doing a show, you're just combining a million things, and for EDM, I'll just break down a song for EDM. So there's the main things are the build up, the drop, and that's it, really. So during the build up, because basically how it works is it's build up, drop, and then another build up to the next drop. But like after the first drop, the build up is going to be longer, so there's a bit more time, I guess. But I mean, some songs are different. It just depends what kind of music you're busking to. And so it's, you know, build up, drop, build up, drop. So what I do is you want to have different looks during the build up and during the drop. Your drop look will be insane, crazy strobe. Not that many strobes, but just crazy. Usually there's a slow. So, man, I'm not good at explaining this. So it's build up, drop, and then there's like a slow bit, kind of. It's not really slow, it's just kind of like, it's not a build up nor a drop. It's just, you know, the chorus or whatever. And so I try to have a different look for each section of the song. So for the drop, it's crazy, you know, crazy color effect, crazy. Usually I'll just do, you know, position effect and a color effect at the same time. So, you know, I can have my moving lights doing like a crazy ballyhoo effect. I can set that up during the drop or during the build up. So during the build up, what I do is I hit my blinders button, go to that blinder position, and then meanwhile I'm hitting all these with my left hand. I'm hitting my strobes and my colors, and then sometimes it's kind of hard to explain, but on the build up there will be a beat that starts at like 1 speed, and it doubles in speed, and then it doubles again. So it'll go do 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 do, and then it'll go faster and faster. So sometimes I'll be using these 2 buttons, my even and odd button, to kind of follow the beat with that, instead of using my strobe buttons. It really all depends. It's hard to explain how I do stuff during a show, because I don't even know how I do stuff during a show. I'm just kind of doing everything instinctually. It just, I don't know. So yeah, I'll, you know, set up during the build-up. I'll set up all of my effects and stuff like that. I'll change all the colors or whatever. Usually during one song, I like to stay in the same color effect. So for one song, I'll do, you know, green and cyan, which I really, really like that effect. But anyways, I'll just do, you know, green, cyan, and then for a different song, I'll change it. For the next song, I'll just change it to, like, you know, yellow and red, or maybe I'll do a 3-color effect. I just try to change it up for every song to make it look different, because the worst thing you can do is have every song look completely the same. Because yes, the music is probably going to sound exactly the same, but try not to make it look the same. And I'm mostly talking about EDM, just electronic music acts, but rock and roll is a bit different. It's quite different actually, because you're not really relying so much on your movement effects. You're mostly doing looks. You know what? I'll explain the workflow for EDM and rock and roll because I've done both. So first EDM, right? So during the slow bit, during slow songs, I like to activate a movement effect. It's really hard to explain how I make decisions on this stuff. It's just kind of the feel of the song, how it sounds, how it feels. You know, if it's a slow, moody, vibey song, I'll put like a position effect, like a pan, and then I'll only have my spotlights on, and it'll just be really slowly sweeping the crowd with a nice prism in purple. So really easy. I would just set everything to purple, and since my beams are up, it doesn't really matter if I individually select them. I'll bring up my spots, and then usually I haven't recorded them in yet, but usually I have very specific preset gobo looks. That way I can select them and not have to worry with this. This is just a flexibility thing. So if I just want like a cone gobo, this cone palette makes it so that it's only the cone. So there's no prism on top of it. You can see there's a specific focus on it. It opens up the second gobos and opens up the iris. That way I don't have to worry about fixing everything. Because if you have the iris super small, you can't see a cone gobo. You have to have it super wide. That way you can actually see it. And so instead of having to worry about, you know, going to this palette and going, oh shit, I have to go widen up my iris and, you know, maybe put the zoom up and, oh wait, the other gobo wheel's open, or the other gobo wheel has something on it. Let me just fix that, you know. I just fix everything by putting it all in one palette. It does that automatically. I don't have to worry about it. I do have specific focus values on all of my gobos, and that's because the first moving lights I worked with were VL2500 spots, and they were pretty old. They're like 10 years old. So the focus on them, there was 4 of them. The focus on each one was completely different, or not completely different. It's a few values off, but it was enough to notice. And so I would, you know, select each light and then change the focus value. And so whenever for a single palette, the focus value for each light was completely different, but it would still be in focus. So yes, I put individual focus values on everything. It's not that big of a deal if you're using newer lights, or, you know, lights that work better. Not to diss on Vari-Light, because I love Vari-Lights, but yeah, like when I was working with the points, I didn't really bother in changing the focus value for each one. I did a bit for some of the gobos where it looked a little blurry, but yes, I like to do that, I guess. And like I said, I'll have specific gobo looks. So like if I have a prism, if I like this is all stuff I do during programming before the show. If usually I'll allocate an hour or so to just making gobo looks or color looks. So I'll make the first thing I do when I get there is I patch everything, make sure everything's working. Second thing is positions. Well, actually, yeah, it's really a mix on prioritizing. It depends on what kind of show you think you're going to be doing. If you're going to be doing an EDM show, you might want to prioritize making sure strobes work and stuff like that. If you're doing a rock and roll show, you might want to prioritize positions and stuff like that, or intensity, like flash bumps. It really just depends. And it's also up to you. So the first thing, yeah, as I said, the first thing I do is I make sure the patch is all good, and then I check all my playbacks to make sure they all work. These I never check because, I mean, it's position size, right? It's not going to change. It's going to affect a specific group I want. So I'll basically, all of these playbacks, the size of playbacks, they all go off of the group 2. So you can, if I go into options and then what is it? Oh boy. Function, that's right. Go into function and then you're going to group ID. It's always going to be group 2. So I'll just update that group with all of the backlights. And then next thing is make sure all the colors work. It's pretty easy. By now I'm pretty fast at recreating all of my color palettes. Usually Chamsys is pretty good, and they'll preload a bunch of preset palettes for the profile if you're working with new lights, but I usually have a much bigger library. I think the standard Chamsys one is like 6 colors, and I have 15. So I'll expand that and just update everything with the encoders. Super fast. Usually do that if you have a light like a point, a Ruby point, you have LEDs as well. You'll have to do your LEDs first, and then because the Ruby point only has a color wheel, I think. Does it? Yeah, I'm fairly sure the point only has a color wheel. It's been a while. But yeah, you would want to do your LEDs first and then color wheel, because the color wheel is a pain in the ass. It's super cool with spots, because I mean split colors are amazing. But yes, so I'll get my main colors out. For fixtures that have a color wheel, I try to just match this. So like obviously the light won't have every single one of these lights specifically, right? Like most of the time they won't have a lime color or anything. So instead I just make the lime color the same color as green. So when I go to hit that lime color, those color wheels aren't going to stay in the last color. So for example, if I am in all white and I try to switch to lime, the LEDs are going to do that because they have a specific preset for lime. But obviously the spots don't have a lime wheel in their color wheel. So instead I just re-record it as green. So they're not going to go to lime, they'll go to whatever color is green on their wheel. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, please tell me, that way I can kind of try to explain it better. So that way, when I'm changing these colors on if I'm changing these colors, the color wheel will change to whatever is closest to that color. So like if I go to magenta, the color wheel is going to go to magenta. But if I try to go like to purple and the color wheel doesn't have a purple, it'll just stay in magenta. It'll just stay in whatever color is closest to the color I selected. That sounds better. Right, so I'll update all of those. These specific ones, these specific color palettes here are basically last. Because the first thing I want to be able to do my basic selection. And then I just want to have the most basic control over the moving lights. That way, if something goes wrong, I can still, do stuff. Or if I don't have enough time, I still have at least some control over my colors, and I have some control over everything, just not, my more really specific stuff. So these come last. Like I update them last because they take a lot of time to update. Because usually I go into the outputs view and just select the lights individually and change them like that. But yeah, I update those last. For the gobos, they're one of the first things I try to update, as well as positions. The positions are also really, really important. I'll get these ones done super quickly with the fan. If you don't know how to use fan to make these kinds of positions super quickly, I can show you. It's really, really easy. But basically it lets you take a straight position and expand it to all of these positions really, really quickly. Probably takes 5 minutes to make them with the fan. But yes. And then, yeah, so I'll have these base ones done. And then I won't do these until the end if I have front moving lights. Or if I'm doing like a rock and roll band, I'll try to do these pretty early in the programming, but it's not the end of the world if I don't get them, because I always have front lighting for bands, right? And for front lighting, usually I'll have, because one thing, as I said before, I like to push all the faders to full during a drop. or a breakdown or something, anything like that, which is a problem if you have your front lighting on those playbacks too, because you'll push all your front lighting to full, which isn't the best. Because I also do the same thing when I'm blacking things out. I just bring all the faders down, and then, you know, yeah. So for key lighting, still figuring it out, because I haven't, mostly do EDM with some rock and roll on the side, but whenever I've done rock and roll, I've had some extra faders. Like last time I did rock and roll, I had another board next to me specifically for the front lighting. But for this, if you don't have access to another board, you know, it's kind of tough. So the best thing I've found right now is either put it on the submaster here, that way it's separated from the main playbacks, or try to just separate it from everything else, put it like in the middle or something like that. Or just remember, mark it, I don't know. Yes. My effects are pretty important. They're pretty like, it's not that hard to update them. Because really, once I have my symmetrical group selection, I can really quickly go through these. Especially my color effects. My color effects and intensity effects take probably 10 minutes to update. Well, these main ones take 10 minutes, and these ones are they take a bit more time, because take a lot of selection. It take probably 5 minutes to update this whole thing. But yes, this is all done so that I can update everything super fast. So like I said before at the start of the stream, I'll update this first cue stack, this first effect, and then I'll just include the cue. So you can see the effect is included. And then I can just go ahead and I can change the direction to backwards. Oh yeah, I have to go to the top to do that. I can change it to backwards. And then I can merge it into this, and there, that one's updated. And I can just do the same thing over and over, and it's ridiculously fast. It's amazing. Yeah, and that way I can just go fly through those in 5 seconds. For my position effects, man, it's been a while since I've programmed this. I'm pretty sure I still use my symmetrical selection, my group, the symmetrical selection group, to do these. It's a bit of fiddling. That's why I still try to get some basic movement effects in. Like I'll do my pan and tilt and some circle effects and stuff like that. But stuff like symmetrical ones take a bit more time to do, like my pan in and out and stuff like that. And my figure 8 effects, they take a bit more time to do. So I try to do those. Usually I usually get them, but yeah. And then like I said before, all this more specific stuff happens last, ideally. So these, like I said before, these colors dead last. When I was doing that music festival during the summer, I was actually programming these while, because we started the show at like 12 in the afternoon, and no one was there because it was 12 in the afternoon and 30 degrees. 30 degrees outside. It was ridiculously warm, so no one was really there. So I used that time to fix these colors. I just pointed all of my moving lights. I always have a set position, and that position just puts all of the moving lights onto the back wall, because usually it's the back wall, you know, or just puts it on a surface behind the band or whatever. And for day shows, I guess, for outdoor shows that are done in a day, I like to use that a lot, because I mean, you're not gonna see any of the lights if you point them in the audience, because it's just too bright. The sun's too bright, right? But if you put them on the back, on the wall, then you can see you can do some stuff, you can do some position, some movement effects on the wall, and it still looks cool. And I mean, you don't want to blind people even more, because they're already getting blinded by the sun, right? So yes, that is that. Yeah. Was I going to explain it? Oh yeah, some color stuff. Okay. Right. So for my color palettes, I have a lot of colors. It's not that organized. I wish it was better organized, but I have my main ones here. These are my masters, and a bit more than the usual that Chamsys imports, just because I mean I'm pretty sure that Chamsys doesn't import like an orange or an amber. It just imports a red, yellow, green. I think it does cyan, maybe? I don't know. But the point is, these are just my main ones that I like. I don't have lavender on my color picker just because it's a bit specific. But yeah, main colors, and this is CMY and color wheel. Oh, I can't show that because I don't have any fixtures that are only color wheel. Yeah, these are, that sucks. Anyways, but yeah, I'll have, these are usually CMY. If a fixture doesn't have CMY or RGB, it only has a color wheel, then I'll just try to get close to whatever color I'm trying to record. So those ones, these are the colors I use on my color pickers here. All my color pickers really use that one. And back down here, that's when I start doing the color wheels, which, like I said before, are a royal pain in the ass unless Chamsys already has the colors. Sometimes it doesn't, and it's just but it's pretty good. Usually Chamsys will have in the fixture profile, they'll have every color with the split colors, and so it'll just import it automatically, which is a godsend. You just have to update those usually because sometimes the colors will be off a bit. But yeah, sometimes you have to individually record these, and to do that you just record. If you have a light that only has, I mean, I also have because some moving lights have CMY and a color wheel. Those are the fancy ones. And so for these colors down here, it just sets all of the CMY to 0, as you can see here. That way I can just have my split colors. That way I can, you know, alternate between my CMY and my color wheels. And to control my color wheels, it's not very apparent here, but usually I have a separate tab for colors, and that's where my color wheels will be. And I try to have bitmaps for every color, but sometimes I don't have enough time to make those. So yes, I'll just use the imported ones, which, I mean, you can still see it. It's just I like having these better because it's super clear. As you can see here, it's really big. I can just see exactly what it's gonna be. And yeah, so on this color tab, I also have control over my key color, so my front lights. If I have moving lights, if I have LEDs or something as front lighting, I can control the colors of those, of that front lighting. With this, it's not on the main tab because I don't really need to change the front color that often. My color flash buttons do change the color of the key, but it goes back to whatever it's at prior. So like, if I hit my white, the key color of the front light will go to white, but then when I release it, it'll just go back to what it was before. Actually, I think I'm gonna be adding like CTO and stuff like that to the key row. That way I can just, you know, replicate normal light, because having a harsh red or, you know, harsh yellow on a band is kind of not the best look. But yes, so I'll have, for each light that has a color wheel, I have a row for that, and I can change the color wheel independently of up here. And that's great for making, I don't know, cool looks. It's another tool that you can use. And it really is just keeping all of this in mind, knowing what you can change on your show file and what you can't change. So like, just keeping all the possibilities open when you're running a show. So like, if there's a slow bit, I know, oh, maybe I can go, you know, change the color to a split color, and then change the prism to like, let's see, put it to like a pinwheel, and then put a prism on that, and then have it, you know, go through go through a position effect really slowly. Now, when I said that, you know, obviously that's a lot of time saying it out loud, but usually when you're doing a show, it just goes automatically in a few seconds and you know what you want to do. Obviously you can't do all this selection really quickly. So the thing is using old stuff to set up new stuff, if that makes sense. And that's what these faders are for, really. That's one of the reasons they're there, is if I have a slow song right after a super upbeat song, I don't have to change my position effect to adapt to the new song. I can just change the size of it and then change the speed. So I'll actually open up Capture just to show what I mean. Right, so, oh God, Lord. Right. Oh yes, everything's selected, perfect. Right. Let's go to spread, and there we go. All right, so what I mean is, let's do a crazy look. So I'll just go to my effects, do that. See, there we go. Crazy look, you know. You can, no, I can't really hit the strobe button because then it switches tab. Anyways, crazy look, you know, this is super upbeat EDM, you know, after a drop. But then, let's say the DJ goes to a super slow long, like a son of a bitch. So what you can do is, instead of having to, you know, change everything, you can just bring those effects down. And there you go. And then you can do a color fade to something more appropriate, right? Let's go lavender, and then it'll do that color fade to that look. And then there you go. So now you seamlessly switched from a super upbeat, in-your-face song to a really slow, romantic song, I guess? I don't know. Pretty seamlessly, right? And that's kind of how I use these playbacks a lot. And with these, like, with the intensity effects, you can do some other stuff. You can have some effects going. Oh yeah, that's right. There you go. I can have some here. I'll put a fade on it, and then I'll bring the speed down. There we go. I can add this effect, and see, this is the kind of thing of why I actually still have this fader here. That way I can kind of, wait, does it even work? Maybe it does. No, it doesn't. Yeah, there we go. That way, if I can't quite dial it in with the oh, it doesn't work. All right, well, I'll fix that later. But the concept is, if I can't quite dial the speed in with the tap to time, because sometimes I mean, I don't know if it's been fixed or if they'll fix it in the future, but the tap to time for Chamsys is a bit funky. It just doesn't feel right. I don't know what's wrong with it. It just doesn't feel right. Like, it's most of the time it just feels like it's going too fast. But yeah, so you can do some really subtle effects there. And I can bring down the size, and so it's barely noticeable now. But yeah, as you can see, there we go. But I can also make it like a subtle effect that you can barely see. Yeah, see, there you go. Now it's a pretty subtle effect. It looks pretty nice. But it can also be fuck you. You know? So it's really about changing what you have. It's not about having a huge selections. It's not about having a huge selection of things to go between. It's about taking a few things and changing them completely. Oh, that's good. I should make that a quote. Because if you have too many things, it just gets a mess. It just becomes a mess, you know? Because then you're looking for things, and you never want to be looking for things. That's, if anything, if you can take anything away from this, is, in my opinion, my advice is you never want to be looking for things ever. You want to know where everything is. So just make it simple. Like in my early days of programming, which was last year, that was a year ago. A year and a bit ago. In my early days of programming, I just had a million things going on. I wish I could find a screenshot of, maybe I can, a screenshot of one of my older show files, but I once had a color picker with 152 different palettes, and I made 152 different bitmaps for those. And it was a huge grid, and it was only 2 color combos for every group, every type of color. So it was like, I'll find a picture of it somewhere, but it was ridiculous. And I realized I was programming this for an upcoming Battle of the Bands. It was going to be my last show in high school, so I wanted it to be the best show I could put on. And so I spent about a month or two just programming. It was every single day, just like 6 hours of programming straight, just trying to figure out the best way, the easiest way to have control of absolutely everything. And what I discovered is you don't need control over everything. You just need control over things you want to be able to change, if that makes sense. Because if you have a million different color combos, you're not going to use those million different color combos. You're just going to use a few of them that you like. So it's keeping those ones that you like and putting it into your show file. So really, you're I guess a way of saying it, during a show you're combining different types of looks. You're combining a movement look, you're combining a color look, and an intensity look. And I guess you could also say like an atmospheric or a gobo look. And it's just using those and combining them together in different ways to make something completely different. Because you can take, you can go open gobos and put a color effect on it. But you can also, put a prism on that and put a breakup, and then have it slowly rotate, and then you can put a slow color effect on it, or a slow movement effect. And it's a completely different look using the same tools. Can I find this picture? I really should organize my my hard drive. But one of the first things, for example, one of the first things I programmed when I first started learning programming for Chamsys is the Kristen Jackson color picker. And I was using a million different, every single, instead of using just palettes, I had, everything was a queue stack and had macros that way. Because what was annoying me is that you could hit this all row and then you would hit another row and this would activate. The all row would still, it wouldn't deactivate the all row, it would just activate another color, and that was annoying me. So I programmed for 12 hours in total, this color picker, absolutely ridiculous color picker with a million macros for it to work, and it did work. But I ended up not using it because then you would have to update all of those queue stacks, right? And to think about how can you do things quickly, because it's all nice and good when you have a month or two to program for a show, but most of the time you don't have that luxury. So it's just finding an easy way of doing everything so that you can have a good show while not having not having to program that show for 2 months, And you should also keep in mind that the audience is not full of lighting designers, right? So if you put, they won't notice the difference between, they won't notice the difference between a 2-color effect that's going forward and a 2-color effect that's going backwards, right? It's, they won't, direction is kind of meaningless. I like using direction just because, I don't know. Sometimes it's cooler, and different directions work for different types of music. So that's why I have all the center and the symmetrical effects. But really, honestly, at the end of the day, it's not vital. It's an extra thing. it's nice to have when you're running an effect. Good day. I'm just gonna say linked professional because I'm not gonna try and say that. Yeah, I'm too English, too uncultured. Sorry. But yeah, it's just making life easy and having lots of tools, I guess, or having a medium amount of tools, being able to use those a million different ways. Like that's pretty much the concept behind these flash buttons, is I can use them for a lot of different things, a million different things. I can use it for a drop, I can use it for a build up. I can, hit these two buttons really, really quickly, or I can hit them slowly. I can on the beat, or I can, go to red and strobe in red, or just using this a million different ways, finding ways to use the same thing differently. Hopefully that makes sense. That was a lot of rambling. I will stop rambling now. Man, I'm still looking for that. Oh, I think I may have found it, maybe? No? One thing is bitmaps are... Everyone is different when it comes to bitmaps. I've seen a lot of execute screens on Facebook, on the Facebook group, where no one uses, or like they don't use bitmaps. I like bitmaps because it just looks cool and it looks nice and it's easy to use, but you don't need them. Because usually Chamsys will just have their own icons, their stock icons that you can use, and you don't have to update them. So if you don't have a lot of time to program, then unless you have, like, usually if I only have 2 to 3 hours to program, I won't spend time trying to make Gobo bitmaps or anything like that. If I have more time, I will make some Gobo bitmaps because they look really nice. And I'll make color wheel bitmaps, but it's not super necessary because here, let me show, because here you can see Chamsys already has its own icons for those, so I can just copy those and it'll work, right? It's a bit different, it's not as nice because they're a bit smaller, which is really annoying for me, but whatever. They're a bit smaller, but you can still use it, right? So it's all about I actually don't know what I was gonna say there. You can make things look nice if you want to, doesn't matter at the end of the day. Just making things organized, because this doesn't look nice. The color picker does, but everything else, actually these positions look pretty damn nice, but everything else doesn't really look nice. It's just organized. I know all my colors here, my specific colors here, my gobos here, positions here, right? And then here, it's pretty simple. My color effects are at the top, my positions are in the middle, my intensity effects, my chases are at the bottom, always. I never changed that for every show I do. It's always the same. It took a while to find that setup. I think really you just, again, it's different for everyone, but just try to program a lot and figure out different ways, because the way I found out this whole setup is I just programmed for a long time, trying to figure out the best way to do something. And just load up a visualizer of a huge rig or something like that and play around. And it's also, you also learn these things after you do a show, because one thing I would suggest is after you do a show, take note of what worked and didn't work. That way you can update it in the future, and then you can have, after 3, 4, 5 shows, you can have a really good show file. Like your show file after those 5 shows will be much better than the one you started with, because you'll make all those changes and you know how you like to run a show. Because busking and running a show is pretty it's a personal thing, I like to think. Everyone doesn't, I've said this a million times, but everyone does it completely differently. It's just finding out the best way for you to do it. Some people like having really nice icons like I do. Some people don't need that, they just need a title, right? some people like doing everything on playbacks, or I know other people just do everything on a touchscreen and barely use the playbacks. So it's all about finding your own style. And don't be afraid to copy from other people, because our entire industry is made of people copying each other, which is not a bad thing. Can't be expected to know everything. Anyways, yes, if you have any questions like how to make a bitmap or how to use bitmaps or anything like that, or how to do macros, I have to fix my script, I think, because my macros aren't working anymore. But if you have any questions about that, I can also explain how I set up all my macros for my keyboard. It's super, like, it's ridiculously useful, because instead of having to go and hit layout 1, I can just hit F, or I guess you can't, I can just hit F1 and go to that screen. And, you know, to go to my execute window, I just hit E. Just, honestly, if there's one thing, is take advantage of keyboard macros as much as you can, because it will improve your workflow. It'll make you program so much faster. Once you get used to the muscle memory, it's ridiculous. Like, I have a macro that auto saves my show file. I'll hit it right now. Really, really quick, because it's this macro right here, and I have a key assigned to it. Because one thing I found when I was starting is it's really annoying to have to go over to setup and then save. Nope. See, I haven't done this in a while because I have my macro. Going to save show, enter, yes, and, you know, going back to what you were doing. So instead I just have this macro that automatically saves my show file, and I can go back to what I'm doing. If you want to see how I do that macro, it's not that complicated. It's just this. You can, you know, copy that, I guess. It's just replicating what you would do manually and just having a macro do it automatically. So like you would, if you were to do it manually, you would go to setup, you know, go to settings, save show, you'd press enter, enter, and then go back to, or press close, or, you know, go back to what you were doing. That's exactly what the macro does. It goes to setup, it hits setting to make sure it's in the right tab, and then it hits save. Does it hit it? I can't remember what this one does. It does something. And then it hits save, and then it returns, hits enter, and then hits close, so that you go back to what you were doing before. Really, really useful macro. I love it. I have a bunch of macros here that are on standby, kind of, for different types of shows. So all this stuff here, I can't really highlight it, but all this stuff right here is for plays and theater stuff and musicals. I assign it to my keys when I'm doing that kind of show, but if I'm not doing it, they're just unassigned. And all of these are assigned to keys on the keyboard. And by now, I'm just used to it. I don't even think about it when I hit those keys. You can assign these to whatever you want, but it just makes your workflow super fast. And these layouts, I'll explain that right now. The way it works is if I go here, I have this script that I made. What? Yes. I have this script that I made. Just need to bring all this up again. I have this script that I made that runs in the background when I'm programming on Chamsys. When you load this show to a yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. So the MQ80 is not that bad. I find that the screen size when you're working on MQ60s is, with this size of grid, is it doesn't work. So the reason my grids are so big is because I run my shows off of my laptop, and I have a touchscreen laptop, and it's a big screen, you know. That's why the screen sizes, the grid sizes are so big. But oh man, let me save this and show. Hopefully I have it somewhere. Yeah, here. So for that music festival, I had an MQ60 and an external touchscreen. And so for the MQ60, I just put all, this was my main screen for the MQ60. It was just colors, and yeah, that's it. I didn't have this. I don't know why this is here. But yeah, all I had here was just colors. That way, I also had some timers here to know when the next DJ was coming up. But here, yes, I don't know why I changed this. I changed it after I finished the show. I don't know why, but let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, whoops. Ugh. Whatever. It's the same width, but it's 6. There we go. Now, oh man, that sucks. Changed everything. But so this grid is much smaller, and on an MQ60 or an MQ100, it's a lot easier to use because the icons are much bigger on the small screen, you know. So these big ones, they don't really work on those consoles. You just have to kind of smush everything together, or divide it up into different execute screens, different smaller execute screens instead of one big. But yes, so for the entire show, I had the MQ60 on this window and this window only. And then I had my external touchscreens on the effects window. And, oh, here's exactly what I was saying about how I did that. For the points, since it was a new type of light I was working with, I just made a window specific to the points. That way I can control everything about those lights and just make very specific looks, because it's points and then there's LED beams. And obviously there are two very different types of lights. And so because they're so different, you can make completely different looks. And these tornadoes have had kind of a B-style pixel setup. So I had some selection for those different pixels. Obviously, if it was actually a BI, it would be completely different than this, because these lights only had 3 pixels in them, or I think it was 4 or 5. I can't remember. They only had 5 pixels. Meanwhile, the BIs have like 50. So obviously, you can't have a 50 element selector. So if I was using a BI, it'd be completely different. But I had some specific stuff for very specific pixel stuff. This was all intensity stuff, so trying to mimic a gobo. It's like a circle gobo, just lighting up the ring, the outer ring. I still need to play around with that a bit more to make it work a bit better with my show file. I should say, you should really, I say main thing a lot, but make sure your file is doing what you want it to do. You don't have anything stomping out something you had in the background or anything like that, if that makes sense. So like, I can select my main colors here, but if I want to go change the colors of the pixels, I can go change that here, right? But then I can still go back and change the colors here. Or if I want to add, change the pixels on the, I'll just call them BIs for now, on the BIs, and just make it like a circle, light up the outer ring and turn off the inner rings, then I have these. But I also want to be able to control, the intensity of that, which, yeah, I haven't found out how to do that yet. But that's the basic principle, is you want your show file to work. You don't want anything to break your whole show file, if that makes sense. Like, you don't want to have one cue that's activated and then it just disrupts everything. So like, if you're doing a show and you have that one cue, I did a show a while back where I had a cue that was activated that would set all the lights to pink, and I didn't know it was activated. So I was trying to change the color, but for some reason it just wasn't changing, right? And then I finally found like 2 minutes later that there was this one Q stack that was changing all the colors to pink. So you don't want to have to look for things that are disrupting your show file. You just want everything to work, which is kind of obvious, but yeah, sometimes you just don't make it overcomplicated, really. But yeah, as you can see, I have, just like I said, I have my main page, and this one's different from the one I just showed you in the last show file, because this was for the MQ60. And so if you're on an MQ60 or an 80, the 80 is a bit bigger screen. I haven't worked with an 80 yet, so I don't know how big it is. But I know for the 60 it's quite small. So you'd want to make your grids pretty small so you can actually select things. And then if you only have a 60, I would just have lots of windows. And I usually just put them on the bottom, and then I can go through my different windows, my execute windows, and select everything. So instead of having a main page that has like my colors, my gobos, my positions, and stuff like that, you would have, you know, a page for colors, a page for your effects, a page for specific lights, whatever. It's up to you. But yeah, that's one of the things why I use these bitmaps. Is on smaller screens it shows a bit better, and I don't actually, usually I have no names here. And so I just have to hit the color, and I don't need to see the name of whatever. But here you can see I do have names, and so yes, usually. But the grid is small enough that I could actually see these. But yeah, like I said, I didn't use this screen that much. I was mostly on this screen like 90% of the time. I would go to, like I said a million times before, this screen I never changed the screen on the 60, the MQ60. On the external touchscreen, the ELO touchscreen, I had all of my effects. I put all my tornado stuff, all my points control, and my faders. That way I could change things, the big things. That way I could have everything on one screen for those. I would highly recommend getting an external touchscreen that's big. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. Or just get a touchscreen laptop. It's just, yeah, it's really, really great. Anyways, yes. Oh, actually, can you see the... Oh, wait, this isn't the same one. That's why. This isn't the main one. My apologies. Where is the vice? Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's probably why. Yeah, apparently that wasn't... Oh wait, no, this is it. Is it? Yes, this is it. There we go. There's the actual thing. So this was the screen I had. Oh crap! This was the screen I had for my MQ60, and then I also had control over the faders, but I never used them because the screen was too small. And so yeah, here's all my effects stuff. This is on the ELO touchscreen. The timer screwed up for some reason. I don't know. It wasn't displaying the right time, because what's supposed to happen is you can go into macro, into automation, and then say you have a lineup of DJs, you can schedule it so that you can display the name of each DJ and the time they're playing at, and that way you can put it here and it will display the time until the next DJ starts. It didn't work. Don't know why. I think it was a thing with the date on the dates on the console were messed up. But yes, completely useless though, as I found. I thought it would be cool, but it's just really just useless. Because you can just, you know, look at your watch. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, as you can see, there's only 3 tabs here, and that's because these are the 3 tabs that are on my touchscreen. Yeah, that looks much better. That's one thing I wanted to fix, and it's really annoying. But if you have a multi-element fixture and you try to make a color picker like this, because right here, this group right here is element 1 on all of those fixtures. And this is element, or I guess that's element 2, element 3, and 4. The only thing is once you select the top, or when you select any of them, it will activate all of them, which looks annoying. I wish it would. I mean, you can always do it with QStacks, but never do it with QStacks. Never make a color picker with QStacks. It's just a pain in the ass. Because then you have to update all of those QStacks. Yeah. Yeah, I can show that. Hopefully it's still as it was before. What you can do, you don't really need to do this manually. What I found is if you just hit this button right here, reload multi, it just reloads everything and sets everything. It just detects it automatically. Really, I actually have a macro. I don't know, yeah, it's not on this show file, but on my newer show files, I have a macro that automatically does it. So because I go from at home, I have 3 monitors set up for my laptop, and then when I do a show, I usually only have my laptop. And so, or when I'm programming with the actual console, in the venue, I only have my touchscreen on my laptop, right? And so I go between my home and my programming setup at the venue quite a bit. And so I have a macro that just hits this button right here, and it'll automatically set all the monitors to be automatically. Left and top columns. Oh, you mean these? Well, that's the thing, right? When you hit this button, it'll just set all of these automatically. So here, actually, I'll just show that right now. If I set this to 0, if I set all of these to 0, right, this would screw everything up. But if I hit reload multi, it just sets them all automatically. It should work with an external touchscreen. I haven't worked with external touchscreens enough to know exactly how to set that up, but it's pretty. The way it should work is you should just be able to reload multi, and then I'm pretty sure you have to set the touchscreen type. And if it's like a serial touchscreen, you have to set that up a bit differently. I would just check the manual because I've never worked with serial touchscreens. Yes. So there's a bit of fiddling with the settings for serial touchscreens. You have to go into like the hardware. Yeah, I think so. Or no. Which way is it? Yes, you have to go into here, change a bunch of stuff on serial stuff, but I'm pretty sure ELO touchscreens aren't serial. I'm guessing you have one of the older ones, the older ELO touchscreens. Yeah, I haven't worked enough with them because, yeah, like I said, I mostly run off of my laptop. But yes, as you can see here, this is my screen for the controlling of all the points for that show file. And like I said before, I have control over my color wheels and all of my gobos and my scrolls and stuff like that. Really, really simple. And yeah, it's just really simple, straightforward. And then I think, oh man, I've said this a million times. The main thing is that I can do big changes really quickly without doing anything with this stuff. Because if I want to change to red, I don't need to go to this screen, or go to my main screen and change everything to red. I can just hit my red flash buttons. And there's a lot of disguising in running shows. So like you can hit your strobes, or you can do a blackout, and in that blackout you can put all your, so do I have a video? Maybe. So during a build-up, you'll be hitting your strobes and shit, and while you're hitting those strobes, because your strobes are on your buttons, you can use your other hand to select things on your touchscreen, so you can change your effects and everything like that. And then you can black everything out, and then put all your effects, activate all your effects. So it's a lot of it is disguising stuff and making sure, because you don't really want the audience to see what you're building, and you don't want your crazy effect to go during the build up. You want it to go at the drop. So I mean, this is a personal thing, but I would recommend, there's a little like 1 second silence right before a drop, so like do 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 do, and then it'll be like a 1 second silence, and that's when you can black everything out, and then after that 1 second, the beat drops and everyone goes crazy, and you can just put your intensities and your effect size up to max, and then you'll have your crazy look. But during the build up, you can just hit your strobes and shit, and that'll be enough. Yeah, you can hit your strobes, go to blinders, do that, because that's pretty much all you do during that build up. You're not doing any really nice looks during a build up. You're just assaulting the audience, basically, with lights, because it's just basically energy building up, like you won't have gobos during a build up, because you're literally just strobing the audience until the drop. During the drop is when you might, most of the time I have everything opened up. I don't have gobos or anything like that. I do have lots of colors though. But during the slow section, I'll have I'll put gobos and stuff like that, and nice colors and stuff like that, because there's more focus on the lighting during those sections. Yeah. On the other side, when you're doing build-ups and drops, it's mostly about doing crazy shit. And another thing, don't show off immediately. Does that make sense? Try to keep some things for later in the show. Don't do your craziest stuff at the beginning. I mean, you can, but as long as you can keep up that same kind of energy. Yeah. Don't strobe too much. I mean, strobe, but yeah. I'm bad at explaining things. Oh yeah, here's what I was talking about, the infinite pan and tilt. I have these, you can see right here. This was before I put my intensity size on this fader here. I had it here, and it did not work the entire show. For the 2 days I was at that festival, it didn't work. I mean, it worked, but not the way I wanted to. Because it would swap out all of my effects, and that's part of the thing. You don't want other things to destroy your show, or break your show. That's one thing that was breaking my show, is whenever I would activate these effects on the touchscreen, it would black everything out, and it would only work if I brought the intensity size up. And that's a breaking thing, because I don't want to. My style of activating things, I guess, during a show is I do it before I want to do it. Oh man, that does not make sense. So I activate my my effects, and on the touchscreen way before I actually output it, because I'm using these faders, right? So that's one thing, is these things were breaking it because they were swapping out everything. And what would happen is, if I can't remember exactly what the problem was. I fixed it after the show, after I left. But the problem was, I could use it a bit and make some cool looks with it. But the problem was, so I would activate this effect, it would black out everything, and then I would have to I think what would happen is, I would have, if I had this playback at full, it wouldn't output the effect on these lights. It would just swap. So basically, these lights, these points wouldn't have the effect running on them, but these tornadoes would, even though, the fader's at 0, and that's just not intuitive. And later the next day, I add this intensity effect size, and it would just added another problem in that the effect, when I activated this and this was at 0, the effect wouldn't go whatsoever until I brought this up, and I would often forget that this existed. So it's really about, man, I say that a lot, and I say that's a lot. But anyways, yeah, it's about you know, making sure your show file is not clashing with itself. I did get around it. At one point I understood the first time it happened. I was like, what the fuck? But then as I ran it a bit more during the show, because it was 2 days and it was 12 hours each day of running the lights. So I would spend my time in the afternoon programming some stuff when no one was there, fixing things. And so the second day I realized I could use it to my advantage. I could use the brokenness to my advantage, in that I could make the effect go to individual groups, which usually I don't like, but it was pretty cool because I could put an intensity effect only on the points, which I can still do in the new show file, but it just seemed a bit different. And I really love these intensity effects, especially the center in and center out, because they look really crazy when you put it in Snap, and I really, really love that. But yes, as you can see, this was a show file from 4-5 months ago, and it's very similar to the one I just showed you about 30 minutes ago, because it's basically the same. Like, the effects window has not changed a bit. But yeah, if I go to like the execute window, you can see it's exactly the same as my modern one. I have my color flashes, I have my intensity flashes, and I have strobes, and then I have my blinder button. I am adding some new stuff to that though. This is this empty section right here. Yes. Yes. See, what else did I have in this show file? Yeah, all my gobo selection was there. How? I had a specific. Oh yes, okay, that's one thing. So I was doing, for the points, I would select all of my specific gobos here, and I didn't have any specific cues. So I didn't have like a breakup on top of a prism rotating. I just had everything here. And like I said before, most of the time I was on this effects window on my external screen, and I would I didn't go to these other windows that much. I did, every few, maybe 10, 15 minutes or so, I don't know. I would go to these to change the specific things that I wanted. But if there's a specific button that I added, and that is this button right here. It's super simple. It's just an open. It just opens the gobos for everything on the point. And that's because for slow songs, I would change the gobos, put some prisms on it, make it spin slow. And then I would not forget, but I would kind of forget next song, happens and it's a super upbeat song that has a drop. I just know, I have to open the gobos, right? So I just have this button right here that's all it does. It just hits the button. That way, I can still do it by coming over here, but instead of having to, it's just about, minimalizing the amount of buttons you have to push. So instead of having to click this button and then open gobo, and then I'm pretty sure I have to, no? That's different. All right, hitting open gobo, no prisms. Instead of having to do that, I can just hit open, and that does everything. And again, that's the thing of keeping what you like. If you go to a certain look a lot, make it part of your show file. Like if you open up all the gobos during the drop, make it easier for you to do that, And that's another thing you kind of learn over time. All right. Oh yes. This is a new thing. I only got to experiment with this for 2 shows, but it was really cool, and I wish I could work with it a bit more, hopefully in the future. That's infinite pan and tilt. I talked about a bit earlier, but here's something I would do with those lights. So I had a row 6. Was it 6? I think it was maybe 7 lights. Yes. No, it was 9. Yeah, I'm an idiot. It was a row of 9 lights of these 9 infinite pan and tilt lights. And so what I would do is, like I said before, I have the control for the infinite pan and infinite tilt here, and that's the speed. That's just an LTP fader. And then I have here, these are specific positions for those. And so what I did is the second day I was there, the first day I was kind of experimenting with them, and the second day I realized, oh, I can do something a bit more with these lights. And that is, I took a straight, for the pan, I just took a straight position, fanned all the lights to go 360, and then made it a palette. And it was a palette, I just called it the pan preset, because that way I have all the lights panned around in a 360, and when I add this infinite pan, it basically makes a symmetrical pan effect that goes infinitely. Because if you don't do that, all of the lights are going to do the infinite pan at the exact same time. And that's a bit like putting a circle effect on all of your moving lights and making the spread 0. It's just all the lights are going to move as one, you know? And so that's what would happen, and I didn't want that to happen. So I just made an extra palette, just fanned all the pan, and I did the same thing for the tilt. That way I could have some really cool effects for pan and tilt that would look different from the standard infinite pan effect. Infinite pan is really cool, you just have to kind of mess with it a little bit to make it look better. Like one thing you can do is you can have, for this fader, you can have half of your lights going one way and then the other half going the other way. That way it's an uneven infinite pan that looks really cool. In Gobo Shake, I still haven't gotten to use Gobo Shake well, just because it's kind of hard to implement in a show file with gobos. I wish I could just make it a mode, but right now here's all my gobo shakes. I didn't really use these much. But what I wish I could just have a button here that like activates shake mode, if that makes sense. Instead of having another row of palettes specifically for the shake, I wish I could just, because these are all the same gobos, right? I wish I could just select a gobo and then hit shake and then have it shake. That would be really cool. I'm guessing you could do that in MA with a bunch of macros, but it's not the end of the world. Like, this is easy as well. I think that's the thing with MA, is you can do anything, but it just takes a lot of time, and yeah, you can just do this. Like, at the end of the day, you get the same result. I do like MA hardware, though. They have some nice consoles. Yes, so if you have any questions, I said that a lot, but if you have any questions, I can explain anything about my show file, the macros, anything. Yes. Or like technical stuff. Oh, I need to fix these. Oh, I never really explained, man, I got distracted. I never explained how these macros work, right? So I've got, to do this, you have to have a program called AutoHotkey installed, and that lets you make your own keyboard macros. So I can see this, I use it for quite a bit of stuff. So like, if I hit Alt and C, I can open Chrome. It will if there's already a Chrome tab open, it'll just auto tab that tab. But I also have a section specifically for Magic Q, and it's only as active when Magic Q is active. So like if I hit F1 in Chrome, it's not gonna send this right here to Chrome, because it only works when Magic Q is open. So first I need to see what's wrong. So the way this works is, this is the key. So F1, when F1 is pressed, it sends this backlash to Magic Q. Now Magic Q, you can assign that backlash to a macro, right? That way, so when I hit F1, it's actually reading as a backlash, as you can see right here. It's assigned to that backlash. but it's still, it goes to that macro, but I'm, you know, pressing F1, and it works for everything. Oh, so I have some of these that aren't properly. Oh, that's why. Because there's a bunch of new keyboard bindings, isn't it? Yes. That's why. Usually, if you hit Control W, it goes to Q stacks. What happens? Yeah, that's different. On older versions of Magic Q, if you hit Control W, it would go to the Q stack tab, but that's different now. Why did they change that? Ah, man, that sucks. Oh well. Oh. Control plus keys for window. Oh, these are new. There we go. See? That works. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. That works. Yeah, so like the first row from F1 to F4, I have layout 1, layout 2, and then that's QStack store, and then the last one is playbacks, and then F5 is, these are all my main groups, palettes, stuff like that, and then everything else is, like F12 is set up for me. It just makes switching through windows ridiculously fast and easy. I would recommend you look into it, because it's super great. I also have a way, actually I don't know if they've made it easier in the new versions, but in the older versions you couldn't activate playbacks from a keyboard, and you'd be stuck to only 20 flash buttons and stuff like that. And I wanted some more flash buttons, so I kind of found a loophole that uses the MQ500 mode, and basically because I can in the MQ500 has extra flash buttons on it, so I just recorded those buttons as macros, and I have these macros triggered by my script, so I can use my F1 to F12 keys as flash buttons, extra flash buttons, which is great. Yes, these are my main macros. I don't know what this is. It's one of the inbuilt ones. Oh wait, yeah. Have they added new ones? Doesn't look like they've added new macros. No. Doesn't look like it. But this is one of the preset ones. I don't know what it does. It's interesting though. Knockout effects. Oh, it just removes effects from the programmer, I'm guessing. Here, let me here, let's go to knockout effects. Yeah, it's gone. Cool. That's neat. I mean, I could just press clear, but you know, whatever. No, maybe I'll explain this color thing again a bit more in detail. Yeah, so I have my main ones here, and then I do for each fixture. So if I have like 2 different fixtures that have a color wheel, and you know, it's 2 different color wheels, I'll do the main one. If I have one type of light that's a spot, I'll do the spot first, and then I'll do the beams later. So so I'll do the color wheels for the spot, and then I'll do it for the second one. So I'll have all my colors right after the RGB CMY picker, and then I'll have my color wheel rotation, and oh yeah, this is a relic of my old color picker. It's a bit more streamlined than the first version of it. The first version of it, like I said, had 150 different color palettes, and it was only for 2 color combos, which was absolutely ridiculous. I'm really glad I stopped doing that. Oh boy. Ah, there we go. I'm going to actually look for that, because it might be useful. Nope, can't find it. Oh well. Maybe I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted quite a bit. Because this was I really want to show this because it kind of shows that you can't get the perfect show file in the first go. It takes a while. Oh well. Oh, it might be. Yeah, I'm never gonna find it. Oh well. Yes. 156 different color combos. Ridiculous. So I programmed that as I was doing an all-nighter, and I thought it was awesome. I thought it was perfect, and then the day after, I looked at it and I was like, I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass. I can't update 152 different color palettes in time. The hell was I thinking? So yeah. I'd say just when you're programming new things, think if it's worth it. And think about it in terms of, you know, how efficient is it? There you go. Yes, so I have these right here are just a duplicate of the main ones. The reason they're here is because I put them here so that they're closer to my complex combos, so I can easily make these complex combos. I don't have to keep scrolling. Like, I can, usually the way I do it is I select some fixtures, change the color, and then record it here. But it's kind of tedious to, you know, go back, scroll up all the way, change the color, go back all the way down, find it again, record it. So that the reason, well, to fix that, I just made a copy of all of those colors, so I can just go boop, 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 stuff like that. All of these gobos, they're not specific to any type of fixture. They're just kind of stock ones that you might expect in pretty much any moving light, because every moving light will have like a breakup with dots in it or something like that. Most moving lights will have like a pinwheel for their rotation gobo and stuff like that. They'll have a prism. This is just general stuff. Most moving lights don't have this gobo. I wish they did, because this is a cool gobo. It's a pinwheel that's colored, and it looks really, really cool. But yeah, so these are just the most common gobos that you might find. I haven't tested this yet. This is a new aspect. This type of organization is a new aspect of my show file, so I don't know if it's actually going to work well, because in the past I just used the gobos that Chamsys imported automatically and it worked fine. So either I'll use this system or I'll just go back to my old system of using just using it whatever Chamsys imports. For these positions, everything is based off of the first thing I do when I make these positions. Like, the absolute first thing is I make a center position, and that's all the moving lights pointing down are, you know, pointing straight up if they're on the ground. And then there's a center pan. If the moving lights are rigged at kind of an angle, and you know, if 0 for the pan value means they're pointing to the side, then having it centered doesn't really work. So this is center pan. It just sets them so that they're straight into the audience. And then tilt up is so that I can actually, it's what it says, it's literally just tilt up so that I can make, when I'm first turning on the moving lights, I can, you know, tilt them up and then move them around with the pan. And then I have, these are always the same. These are always the same pan position, tilt positions. So I have a down position, 45 tilt, 75. These are angles. May have copied the 75 bit off of Christian Jackson. well, I mean, before that, I just did down, apron, or like thrust, and then up. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what I had. I can't remember. It's been a while. But now it's just simpler, because some stages don't have a thruster, don't have an apron, right? So it's just this. And then blinders, I've explained blinders before. Far up, I mean, that's not hard. Splay, I can't remember what splay is. Is it just a... Yeah, that's weird. Oh, it might be so I can... Oh yeah, it's a building palette. Usually it's not here though. So this building palette means... I call them building palettes because I use them to build other position palettes. So this is just a fan of the straight position. So I took all my lights, put them to like 45 tilt, and then I hit fan, symmetrical, and then I just fanned them all, and then it looked pretty cool. And when you fan it like that, and you can, if you add on a different, or sorry, that was tilt. That was a fan on the tilt. But if I take that builder position, display position, that's fanned, I can then add a different pan, and it'll look completely different. Look really, really cool. So I have the main ones here. Everyone has these main ones. The first time I made positions was on an ETC Congo, and I thought I was a genius because I was making them. I was changing each light manually, and I made like an X position, and I was like, "Whoa, that looks so cool!" And now I realized everyone has the same positions. Everyone has like an X. Everyone has a spread, a cross position. Anyways. Yeah, these are just the standard positions you'll find anywhere. Then I have my master positions, the cool ones that I love. Is up cross in here? No, it's not yet. Up cross, welcome to the party. Or not. What? Hell, that's new. Copy. Up, crossed. Oh, maybe, wait. Oh, that's weird. Copy. This is some of that new stuff, man. I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm gonna have to find out how to... Yeah, like I said before, I haven't programmed in a while, and so I updated Chamsys to a new version today, and there's a lot I have to catch up on, I guess. Yeah. That's weird. That's really weird. I wish it wasn't like that. That's super annoying. Is it maybe it's something I did. I don't know. But yeah. I'm just going into the normal programming mode kind of right now. Like I said before, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has. But yes, I usually have my cool stuff right here, and I just copy that to my... Okay, I can do that. Oh wait, do I have to... Sorry, I'm having a discovery thing right now. Nope, that's weird. Maybe. Wait, if I go back to normal, does it work? It does. Okay. Oh man, that means I have to reassign everything. Ugh, that's a pain in the ass. Alright, so the problem with that is, we're set up. If I go into programming shortcuts, programming shortcuts, it changes the key bindings. For some reason, whenever I hit copy and hit a palette, it sets the palette, but it doesn't copy the palette for some reason. In normal mode it works fine, so I'll have to figure out how to fix that a bit. But yes, these are my main positions. They're pretty easy to make with the fan. The ones that are a bit more take a bit more time to make are these ones, the complex ones, but honestly they're still pretty easy. Because the only thing is usually I'll have to select 2 lights and manually change them just so you fill the space a bit better. But yes, I also have these band ones in case I'm doing a band. They're always there. If I'm doing an EDM, they're still there. I just don't use them. Usually I'll just delete them from the screen. But honestly, it doesn't matter if they're still there. Let's see, Iris and Zoom is still a thing I'm battling with because I don't know what to do with this. Usually I like keeping the same Zoom, same Iris because I never really change it. Yeah. Still, it's a thing where I need to do more shows to kind of figure out how I want to use the Iris and the Zoom. I never really use the Iris whatsoever because it's just useless. It's not useless, but I just use the Zoom most of the time because it looks better. And then I don't have to worry about anything screwing up with my gobos. Because if I put a small Iris on a gobo like this, or like this, like the pinwheel, it'll just mess everything up. It won't look right? But if I change the zoom, it'll look fine. It'll just be a small pinwheel. If I put it to a wide zoom, it'll just be a big pinwheel. But if I change the Iris, it just messes everything up, man. Yeah, that's show file, dude. I know there's intensity palettes. I've looked at them before. I've used them a bit, but like, I don't know, man. This doesn't seem useful to me. Maybe for theater and stuff like that, it's pretty useful, but like for EDM, rock and roll, with corporate, just make a playback. Like, it's just easier to make a playback. It's more reliable to make a playback because then you don't run the risk of clearing it, because it is intensity. It is a palette, right? So if you clear it, it disappears. One thing I was kind of nervous about when I first started programming is hitting the clear button during a show, because I tend to hit the clear button a lot when I'm programming it because it's just muscle memory. And I was kind of afraid during a show I would just hit it all the time and mess everything up. But I don't, because, I mean, yeah, it just doesn't happen. Clear is for programming. I mean, it only occurred to me later that clear is just meant for programming. You never use it during a show because you don't need to. You're not programming anything, unless you are. Oh yeah, that's one thing. If you're missing something during a show, just hit blind and do it. Because you can still hit you can still hit these flash buttons when you're in blind, and it'll still output to the stage. But I mean, yeah, it just lets you program extra stuff while you're actually busking, which is great. I've done that a few times. Like this blind position was actually one of those things. I was in the middle of busking, and it's like, I want a button that lets me go to a certain position in the audience whenever I click it. That way I don't have to keep on changing the position just straight in a certain tilt. And so I just went into blind and programmed it while I was busking. And it worked pretty well. It's pretty cool. I loved it. Yes. I think the toughest thing with these colors is just naming them. They look amazing. I love them. But it's just finding names for them that work. Because it's not like I start with a name and then make a color for it. I make a color and then make a color combo and then have to kind of figure out what it looks like and what I should name it. Oh yeah, the empty beam page. There's a media. That's something I'm working on. Some experimental stuff I'm working on. Because what you should be able to do is you should be able to take video media, put it into the bitmap or the media section, whatever. And then you should be able to play that media back over a grid, your output grid. I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't given it much time yet. but it has a potential of being really, really, really cool, and you could be able to do some ridiculously complex effects with that you couldn't do otherwise. Because if you play a video on top of this grid, you just couldn't replicate that with a normal effect. For pixel map to stuff, I just integrate it to the rest of the show. I don't try to treat it like specially, if that makes sense. Like for my Battle of the Bands, I had 10 LED bars, LED battens at the back on some truss pointing down, and I didn't really want to do much complicated pixel stuff on those, so I just included for the color effects. I just what's it called? What's it say when you put effects? Oh, it won't say. Actually, it will. If I add an effect on the colors, yes. I'm pretty sure I just include the elements, and that way it just looks cool. And it just works because no one's really going to be paying attention to those that much, because usually battens aren't that bright. But yeah, I always usually try to put them in the maximum pixel mode. So if there's like, the last LEDs I worked with had like 34 channels, I use those 42 channels. I could just use like the 16 channel mode or something like that, or 12 channel, but it's just nice to have that control of being able to control the entire fixture. Yes. Oh, one thing that's new, well, not new, but kind of pretty cool, is that you don't need Wi-Fi anymore to connect to capture. It will just do it offline, I guess. I don't know when they changed that, but you don't need Wi-Fi to connect to for Chamsys or Magic Q to connect to capture, which is really, really useful. Oh, I've heard that the visualizer is different. Yeah, that looks cool. I mean, I haven't, as you can see in here, I haven't set up this visualizer yet. Sometimes I use the Chamsys visualizer because it takes a lot less resources than Chamsys, but before they didn't support prisms. Now the question is, do they support? Let's find the position. Dark. Oof, it's bright. Alright, now if I add a breakup to it in a prism, that doesn't do anything. Oh, maybe because I didn't record the prism? Oh, it does work. Cool. Or does it? Oh, I didn't change. Oh, that's why. Right, I had to custom do all the gobos in the capture. But to do that in Chamsys, I have to go into patch and change everything, or into the profiles and change the icons for it to work properly. Actually, another thing I'm curious about is, does it support? Nope. Doesn't support split colors yet. That sucks. But does the output? No, it still does the white thing. If you have a color wheel, if you use a color wheel, it won't show up on the outputs. The color won't show up on the output. Yeah, as you can see, yeah, it doesn't work. But if you use, a CMY or RGB, it'll work. Kinda wish it did work, but I guess it's something we're working on. Oh, I should explain these three tabs. So this color tab, I don't usually use that much. It's just there if I need it, and it lets me change based on fixture groups. It also lets me change the color wheel for each fixture that has a color wheel, and it has all of my named stuff. And then for my positions, I can do specific position selection on each different group of fixtures. So if I have a problem with a certain type of fixture in a position, I can just change it if I just want that one group of fixtures to move. If I don't want one huge move of the entire rig, I can go into this window and change everything, or not change everything, but change the position on that one group I want to change. Or for example, all my key stuff, all my frontlining stuff is here as well. It's not my frontlining isn't part of the main positions in the main page. Yeah, it's here. I control it from here. That way I don't have to worry about it moving. Because usually with frontlining, you kind of want it to be the same. Unless there's like a solo or something like that. Beam section, it's quite empty right now because I deleted everything a few hours ago because I got frustrated. But my plan for this window is basically the same concept as all the other windows. It's going to be individual selection for each fixture type. So I'll have the selection for the spots, the beams. That's it, because only those two have gobos and stuff like that. But yes, actually, if one day I work with BIs, then the control for that, or the control for those, the pixel mode will probably either go on a different window or the beams window. Yes, that's my entire show file. I was talking earlier about, yeah, that doesn't work. Yes, I was talking about earlier about my organization for my QStack window. Yeah, I have all my bump stuff here usually. It's a bit disorganized sometimes, but I have some extra stuff here for testing, like this odd down and even down. It basically it's an intensity flash, but it also brings the lights that are turned on down, so you can do a cool effect. I don't really know. I haven't messed around with it too much. It's just a concept. I'll have to try it out with some actual moving lights eventually. There's some output stuff for the media window. I haven't played around that much with that window yet, enough to have lots of stuff on it. As I said a few hours ago, I have a different page. On page 10, I have specific intensities for specific groups. So like all of the beam lights that are hanging in truss in the air, I have a playback for that. And then all the ones that are on the ground, like the ground package, there's a separate one for that. And inside the towers are separate from that too. That way I can focus on those individual lights and tune them when I'm programming. This is literally only for when I'm programming. It's not for during the show. Rainbow strobe's a new feature. It should be an effect. Yes, it is an effect that goes ridiculously fast, and it's just, I have it on this button because I'm going to be using it quite a bit, I think. So it's easier to just have it as a toggle button on the flash buttons. And the reason it's called Rainbow Strobe is I can hit this, have the effect go, and then strobe, and it'll look hella cool. Hopefully, maybe. Yeah. If you're doing EDM, you'll probably eventually come across that song that goes, go to the left, 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 to the right, right, right. Super creative song, really. But if you have these two buttons, the left and right button, it works really, really, really well. Because you can just, yeah, it works. It works super well. I love it. I actually encountered that song 2 times. I think 2-3 times during a single festival. It was ridiculous. Yes. The reason I don't really use the Submaster here as a control that much, because I don't come across consoles that have it. The only console that has it is the MQ500 and the MQ80. The MQ60 doesn't have it in the wings don't have it either. So I don't really use it that much, just because I don't want to put anything essential on it, and then get there and find out that I don't actually have that fader. The two faders I do usually have is the Grandmaster, as I've explained. This is the position Speedmaster, and then Crossfade is my rotation Speedmaster. And my swipes. Oh yeah, here's all of my position effects, color effects, and intensity effects. They're all in the same place, and then all of my specific effects, and so like beam effects, they go here. There's only 2 of them right now because it's a new show file, but yes, all my scrolls are here as well. I don't know what these are. Can't remember what I put these for. I think these are just labels. What's that? Oh, that's my Medo stuff. I haven't played with it that much. Yes, that's it. That's all, folks. And usually, I should explain like my rainbow effect, stuff like that. I have a rainbow effect. It's this custom effect that I added, and it's not that hard to make. It's really easy, really. But let's go to Sim. So it's add effect. It's user effect, and it's rainbow, and it's basically just a normal color effect, but with I think 8 values. So it's red, amber, yellow, green, cyan, blue, magenta, and there you go, rainbow effect. And I can just use it as a normal like effect, 2-color or whatever effect, really, really useful because it looks amazing. It really does. I haven't used scrolls that much, because especially for EDM, I haven't used it that much. For rock and roll, quite a bit more. But yeah, not the end of the world if you don't have control over your scrolls. I said at the beginning, I never really use blind, I use blind, but I don't use preload. It's just a pain in the ass. If you could release preload with the go button or something like a button, then it would be really, really useful, but you can't, so it's kind of like, never mind. I'll just do everything manually. Yes. So now I'll just go, for the rest of the stream, I'm probably just going to fix my macros so that they work. And then, yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. Let's see. Oh yeah, these aren't assigned to anything. So that's the problem. Is that... Wait, where is it? Okay, wait, does this work? Nope. What's control keys? Oh, that works. Okay, that's fine. All good. Fixed it. Done. Okay, the problem was, I'll have to read more about that mode, but that was an easy fix. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. So now I have all my, I have all of my window buttons. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I also can copy stuff. So let's go to, no, let's close that. Let's go copy. Yep, it works. Perfect. Back to normal. All right. I used to have a thing I kind of copied off of Jefferson Waffle, the LD for Humphreys McGee. Great LD, fucking fantastic LD. Should definitely recommend going to check him out. But what he would do is he would have an open command in his magenta color. I basically set up my color flashes the same except for green. But yeah, he had open, like gobo open on his magenta, and he could use that. So you could like hit magenta, and then immediately after hitting magenta, you would hit yellow. So it'd be open yellow, and it's really cool. But I tried it for a bit, but I just like having an open command, like a specific open command, because sometimes I like to go to magenta and not have it open. So, yes. Swipe. I'm really excited to use these swipe buttons. They're brand new to this show file. Haven't used them yet in a show. Really excited to. I've used swipes before, but the way I did it before is I would have like swipe white, red swipe, green swipe, yellow swipe, stuff like that, magenta swipe, and it would only go in specific directions. But now it's based off of the palettes, so I can just change what colors they swipe. I might just go back to the old way of doing it and just have like 4 buttons dedicated to different color wipes and not have control over their directions, because honestly it's not a big deal if I don't have control over the directions, because sometimes I like hitting them fast, so like I'll hit them to the beat of the music. Sometimes I like to, go white, red, green, yellow, go through all those colors. Alright, yes, that's all. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's all my, lordy. Yeah, here's the stuff Chamsys auto-imported from the gobos when I patched the fixtures. And then here's a bunch of, what does IB stand for? I know what it's for. These are all palettes for the media window. So it's all this stuff right here. Oh, does that work? Because that would be hella cool. Oh boy, that works. Cool. You can see the, oh, that's new. That's new. That looks awesome though. Whoa. Does that actually work though? Have to open capture. If that works, that's really cool. Oh, it does. That's so cool. I want to implement that. That's ridiculously cool. Why does it do that? What's with the color mixing on this? Oh, is it because it's just a, nope. Mix type, decrement. That's neat. Wait a minute, is that right? Nope, it's not. Should be red on the left and green on the right. It's the opposite. There we go. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Oh boy, I like that. That's new. Thank you, Chamsys. That's really cool. Still has some color problems. This is supposed to be, yeah, it still has a bit of color stuff, but not too worried about it. Oh, that's why. Maybe. What? Subtract. Max. Oh, max. Pretty sure it's that. No, it's not. Minimum. Mask. Oh, absolutely perfect. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Yeah, perfect. That looks great. That's cool. I'm gonna use that eventually. Maybe, hopefully. Because this is another thing where this window's great, but it's a whole different system to implement into a show file. So it's kind of, I know people who use this and have done it amazingly. It's just kind of tedious. It looks really cool though. I really like that. Let's bring up some. Oof, that's spicy. That is spicy. Let me spread those. Wow, that's spicy. Look at that. Oh boy, that is nice. Oh, I'm adding that. That's cool. That's really cool. I like that. That was it's just a thing of figuring out how to implement that into my show file. Good lord. That's too cool. Why do you do this to me? Chamsys? God. What's this? It's a bit crazy. Whoa! That's ridiculous. Oh my god, I love that. What? The fuck? Oh my god. This is amazing. Damn it, Chamsys. This is so cool. Damn it. It's ridiculously cool. It's just a completely different system. Oh man. I can't implement these as color effects because they're media effects or pixel map effects or whatever, but they're so damn cool. I wish I could change the colors. I wish I could make these soft palettes. That would be really cool. Could you do that? Maybe. Probably could. Frame? No. You probably could. Oh, what's it? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. What if I need to make it white, don't I? No. What's it the color? Oh, yeah, see, that's another thing. It doesn't. My white colors don't. Damn, that sucks. Oh, yeah, I have to put. See, that's the problem with this. Is that why is it doing that? See, it's a complete. That's the problem. Is it's a completely different system. It's not really straightforward. Why is it blue? That's what I mean. See, it's supposed to be red and white. Really cool. Oh, that's neat. See, that's the thing. This should be white. This shouldn't be blue. If I wanted blue, I would just go with that. I would do that. If anyone knows more about this system, great. Oh, there's a color system. Highest, max high. Red, green, blue, cyan. That's not cyan. What are you talking about? No, I should not have played with that. What's with the brightness? Why is there brightness? Doesn't affect anything, okay. Oh, that's all like okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna be rambling on for a while. Messing around with this. Oh, that looks so damn fine. What does it record as in a programmer? Ah, oh, damn it, it records it as a bit. Oh. Wait a minute. Is it still output? Nope. Damn it. Where's that cool one? This one. This one. Yes. Okay. My question is, how do I record that as a color palette? Put it to priority. Oh, cheers. Oh, I see it changing in the little view there. I think I changed. I think I've. Oh, wait, what? I might have messed up. The priority here. Is it taking values from the hue and saturation? If I set those to... Oh, it doesn't. Okay. It doesn't do anything with those. That's interesting. What's this for? Man. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, this is CM. Oh, maybe. Interesting. What's really weird is that this is the inverted picture. It seems like this is the inverted picture, and this is the real picture. Because when I do this, that's the proper picture. This isn't inverted. Why does it show me the inverted one? That doesn't make sense. Anyways. Maybe I have to change these. Oh wait, obviously red's not going to be in this. Okay. I don't know what that color is, the remnant color is. Okay, have it RGB. You know what? It's a mask. Absolutely nothing. I know this bitmapper is extremely powerful if you know how to use it. What's int at 0? Oh, it's exactly what it says. Int at 0. Okay. Preview layer. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go back. Oh, lordy. So I can make multiple layers of this. But the intensity. Okay, that doesn't work. Alright, back. Let's see. That looks amazing. I love that. And I really love the effects system because I can go like, I may have messed with this a few times. This is like the first thing I messed with was this system because I had some pixel mapped LED bars. This is the first show I ever did. I had some pixel mapped LED bars and I was like, oh, I'll just pixel map them with the media thing. And I was like, yeah, that'll totally be super easy. It was not. Oh, that looks amazing though. The only thing with this is this stupid fast. I know I can copy and make LTP faders for the speed of these effects. They're just really, really wonky. That's the only thing. These speed faders are super wonky. Yeah, that's ridiculous speed. It's a weird fade. Can I change that? Oh, that's an offset. Whoa, that's cool. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna start messing around with the second layer right now. Because I know I can do some. Oh, it's been so long since I've done this. I last time I did this, I figured out how to set up this whole thing. Oh, that's right. I had the second layer as the first layer as an effects layer. And then I just used the second layer as the color layer. That's what I did. So I can go to this one, make an effect. Huh. Well, that doesn't work. Oh, it's because it's offset, isn't it? Yep. Oh, my computer's struggling here. Or wait, no, that's just the effect, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, wait, layer 1, 2, priority. And layer 2. Oh, all colors need a value over. That's oddly specific. Does it matter if it's like way over 2.7%? So that should be that. And this should be. Whatever is first. I need a full size this. What's with the middle row? Oh, those are my washes. All my washes. No, those aren't my washes. The It's jank. I think they might have changed how they do this a bit. Because I know it's a bit different. Where's this effect coming from? Okay. Oh, what? The fuck? I wish I could just clear all the settings for this. Interesting. Okay, wait. Was that the right color? Yeah, it was. Okay, that works. Is it because I changed? Yeah, okay. I'm probably going to look at the manual after this. You know what? I'm going to try something. Because I know they added pixel map effects. Ooh, what is that? Oh, that's amazing. Yep. Seems about, yeah, seems right. It can be super, super useful. I know that for a fact. Because I kind of had the gist of it a year ago. And then I didn't touch it for a while. So wait, what? If I add this to, that's weird, right? You know what? Pixel map. Oh, shit. Oh, that's nice. That's cool. Gonna have to do absolute. And then a bunch of parts, probably. Oh man, that's just everywhere, really. It's probably because my symmetrical selection isn't as symmetrical as I would like it, but let's do this. Oh, okay, there we go. The hell? Am I just an idiot? Did I hit the... No, that's just weird. So the vertical one is the horizontal one, which looks amazing. Oh my god, that looks great. Do I have to have a different... Doesn't seem so. Does... I guess I'll just test that right now. Yeah, perfect. I'm adding that. Perfect. I'm adding that. Yeah. Yeah. Shit. Gonna move that to this screen and there we go. Okay. Where'd it go? Oh. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. Oh, rainbow bit. Okay, that's what that's gonna be called. So do I have to edit? When you say palette, you mean my color palettes? This is really cool though. Oh, you could do some really, really cool stuff with this. Actually, wait, could... I used to have a left-right color button. I work off of soft palettes. So I'm thinking if you had those two, if I still had those two buttons. Oh, well, yeah. Oh yeah. I know. RGB strips are really easy, or not really easy. They seem to be simpler to use with the media window. That show files, the old show file I have is somewhere. I might as well open it. You know what? I might as well. Actually, I don't even know if I have it. Nope, probably not. Yeah, no. Unless, yes, dance rate, no. Yeah, no, it's not here. Oh well. Alright, it's on my hard drive, but can't be bothered to fetch it. The only oh, what the hell? The only big problem I have with this thing is that, with this window, is that I would have to add another playback and worry about another different system, because it just looks so cool though. Because with this, you have to have a playback for the intensity of the bitmap, or the server, or whatever you want to call it. of the layers. You have to have an intensity playback for the layers, like all of the layers. And that just adds another thing. And if I'm doing a show, if I could have it act as like, oh, that would be, if I just treat it as a different sort of effect, that would be pretty cool. Because what I mean is, like, I treat my position effects differently than my color effects, and I treat those differently than my intensity effects. And what if I just have another type of effect, a media effect, and then put a playback for that, and it won't output to the rig until the fader is up. Let's try that. Yeah. All right. The real question is, if first set this to B mode. Oh, that's better. Okay. Let's go rainbow barf. And let's go to media. The hell? Why does this keep on going? No. What? The hell? This is ridiculous. Okay, thank God. Okay, that works. If I set this over top of it and add this, that doesn't work. Minimum. No, it has to be maximum. Or oh, God damn it. Eventually. This is how you learn. You mess around until it works. Oh, absolute, isn't it? Isn't it absolute though? Yeah. Yeah, it totally is, yeah. I think so. Yeah, that looks like it works. But it doesn't really work, I guess. Because there's no magenta. Which is kind of a problem. Where's magenta? Oh yeah, no. See, the rainbow effect, instead of applying that rainbow effect with the media window, I can just do it from, because they've added, a few versions ago, they added pixel map to the effects. So you can just do that and have it do that. Is it absolute? It should be. I'll just add that, make that absolute. There we go, it works, see? And it runs off of my output window, my plan, and that way, as long as my plan's working, this should work. Perfect. And then, of course, yeah, I can have this run off of tap to time. Well, it's not working off of tap to time because that's in programmer, but yes. And then I should be able to, yeah, see, I can control the, yeah, that's what, I already put it in my effects window here. Rainbow bit. Oh, it's not, to be absolute. There you go. And then I should be able to tap it, yeah, see? I can tap to time it. Oh, I can yeah, that'd be cool. Freeze it or having it run. That'd be neat. For smoothness, it'd be really nice, but I already have a color palette called Rainbow that would work nice. What does this look like when it's frozen, actually? Or what does the media window think a rainbow is? It doesn't have a rainbow. That sucks. Wait, doesn't? Yeah, vertical rainbow. Damn it, that's annoying. Bounce, twin, nope, don't want twin. Normal, I guess that's what it's gonna be. Man, that's a lot of lag. Alright, I will, yes, yeah, I know, effects has rainbow. The vertical rainbow and the horizontal one. It's organic. Anyways, I think I'll come back to this later. Because I have the basic one. Oh, it looks damn fine. Oh. Uh-oh. Does it not take... It should. Take its time from the text. Yeah, it does, apparently. That is... Okay, wait, let's do a super long one. Okay, it does work. Yeah, I'm just imagining things. Yeah, okay, that works. Cool. Cool, cool. I'll just add that. And then... Yeah, I love this effect so much. It looks so cool. This is my symmetrical tilt effect. It looks damn fine. I love it. Looks amazing. And then if I like add in an intensity effect. Yeah, it looks cool. Fit it. Yeah, baby, that looks damn nice. I can just go back. Oh, that's nice. Cool. And let's see. Here's my figure 8 effect. One of my favorite effects. Looks great. Lags a lot though on my computer because my computer's not built for this. I mean it is, but the amount of lights I have in this show file is a bit too much. Have I even up? Oh yeah, it does work. Okay. Oh boy, lag. I have a bunch of different. Actually, I should find out what's the different effects for this. First, I have to deactivate my color effects before I start programming. Oh. Ah, damn it. There we go. Okay. Symmetrical add effects, pixel map. What's this? Doesn't seem to do much. Oh. Probably because I'm an idiot. That does not look right. It's probably because I have to do the vertical. Yep, look at that. Why is it blue? That's the thing. Why the hell? You know what? Maybe it's the thing with the channels. Oh, some have CT. Okay, maybe that's it. Okay. Oh, nope, wrong one. Maybe because I'm only doing RGB and it should be like an RGB W or whatever. Nope, there's still some... You know why there's still some dimness there? I'll go to output and see. It doesn't seem to be showing up on the output. Oh, it's only doing the effect with intensities. Oh, that's why. Or no, it's not. That was stupid. It's trying to do an intensity effect with colors. That's why I have to do this. Yeah, that looks better. Completely useless because I have normal intensity effects though. What about a rainbow on pan? What does that look like? Yeah, seems about right. Don't know why it's not. Oh, because it's a color effect on a position. Ah, doesn't make sense. What's this line thing? Intensities. Try that. Ooh, I like that. I really like that. That's cool. That's really cool. That's like a... That's neat. That's just, but that's again just an intensity effect. Man, can't get away from these intensity effects, can I? Boop boop boop. Oh, and I wish I lived in Europe again. Could do so much more Chamsys stuff. I live in Toronto now, in Canada, and yeah, everything's MA here, which is cool, but you know, I really like Chamsys. What does this look like? Oh. And it's kinda meh. Yeah, that's kinda meh. Do. I'll be in Belgium over the summer though, which will be great because I'll get to do a bunch of stuff hopefully. If everyone's in like around Brussels and needs a programmer, wink wink, what's up? Oh, is this not that? No, okay. Hell. Alright, let's try this again. I really wish the color effect size would affect the media window, the color effects on the media window, but that's not gonna happen. Alright. Okay, that works. There's a little bit of latency on, looks like the red, because you can see a little bit of magenta appear here and there sometimes. But that's just an aspect of moving lights we can't get around, really. Except RGBs can do it fine. What's the normal move? It doesn't do anything. Okay, good to know. Move back. Oh, I can change the direction of the move. Eh. Kinda wish... Oh, neat. But what exactly is it wiping in? the hell? What did it wipe in? Only problem is I can do most of this stuff with the key stack. And it's a lot simpler. That's cool. I know this is mostly meant for not this kind of view. Oh, that's neat, I guess, kind of. What's organic? I don't like that. I really don't. It's a cool effect, but it's the timing that's really annoying me. Because you can't time this to a song or anything, because it's completely random. You don't know when it's going to actually do anything. It's cool. Probably useful for some stuff. For corporate stuff. But concerts, no. Nah, fam. That looks ridiculous. Alright. Oh, damn it. See, there's the rainbow. Man, I had it before. I had the stupid thing going, working before, but I don't know what happened. See, it'd be ideal. What would be ideal is if I could bring this layer over top of something. Actually, wait a minute. That might be easy. Have it as a separate type of effect. I know I've said that before, but I'm trying to work it out in my head. Well, let's start off by making this doesn't work. What happens when I put this to full? Okay, it puts it. That's weird. Oh no, it did work. It did work. Yeah, it did work. Okay. And if I bring this down, okay, it goes back to normal. Okay. Now, next step is, it's lagging my laptop a lot, but next step is color selection. I'm going to ignore effects for now. I'll add that later. What's the black? Why is there a black? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you want black in color? Like, anyways, whatever. Okay. I'm guessing I can copy this. Hey, that's what the media window's for. Yeah, there we go. I can copy that to this. Now the question is, can I make it a region? Yes, I can. Alright, so I'm just gonna clear that region. Let's see. Is that, yeah, that works. Not really. Okay. Maybe it's the group selection. Maybe I don't have the right group. Here, I have to go to bitmaps. Copy that, bring it over here. Okay. Nope. Want to make a region, please. Oh yeah, I might apologize if you hear my keyboard a lot. It is my fault, absolutely, but I'm not gonna change. It's not like I'm gonna go get a new keyboard, because this is a really good one. So, all right. So I mean, okay, I'm kind of OCD. Let me just fix that. Let's try that. Oh, that looks satisfying. Okay. No problem. Doesn't do anything. There's absolutely nothing. Wonderful. Is it because it's not in the I have to put it full and then have it do the thing? No. Bloody hell. Need to set the mix type to absolute. Okay. That works. Oh, damn it. Doop. The hell did I just do? Oh, it just went to Magic HD? Why did it do that? Man. This is ridiculous. Okay, the problem is I want to be able to control this thing. No. Oh no. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Crash? Nope, okay. Oh. Phew, alright. So I know sometimes if you have capture open and you try to open the built-in visualizer, it'll crash sometimes. I don't know, it's probably been fixed. Alright, so I need this to be selected. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why not. Maybe it's because that's why. That's exactly why. It's the wrong bloody group. Bitmap, copy that, bring it over here. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Yes. Sort of working. Doesn't work for... Nope, it's not sort of working. It stopped working. Damn it, man. I'm trying to get you to work. So it worked, but then it stopped working. What? Maybe it wasn't working. Maybe I'm just seeing things. I'm not making these. I'm not gonna make these Q. Wait a minute. What if I do make them Q stacks? I don't think I would even have to record them. Let's see. What's that program right there? Okay. If I just make that a Q stack. Oh, then I can't see the actual icon. Oh my god. I don't feel like making a bunch of custom bitmaps for this because I can just, obviously you can somehow select it from this. You know what? I'm just going to put this on my second screen. Okay. And I'm gonna close this for a while. Well, that's the problem. That doesn't fade smoothly. Problem for later. Oh, I don't want to record them all as cues. That's a pain in the ass. You mean, I know what you mean. You mean... Oh, Lord. Where is it? It's here, right? I'm not imagining. Color split, color split, media. Nope. When you say the maps, you do mean the icons, right? I hope. I hate the icons with a passion because they're not organized and it's impossible to find specific stuff. Curves, I don't. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay, dots, lines, go. Oh, maybe it's in effects. Not really. Lamps position. Oh, man. Am I blind? I wish they would make this look nicer so that I could see. Double cut media. It's not a media. Don't even know why they have that there. Alright, I'm not gonna look at that much longer. It is, I'm gonna burn my eyes out. Oh, is it worth it opening that old show? Probably is. Oh boy, alright, time to open an old show file. Oh yeah, I have to actually. God. Alright. This is gonna take a bit. I have to find Magic Cube backups. Oh no, I found it. Thought it would be a lot harder than that. Oh yeah, it probably is in some random ass folder. It doesn't even make sense. And when you find it there, it's just like, what the fuck? Why is it there? Been looking at this been looking for this one icon for 30 minutes. Let's just say I have some bad experiences with looking for bloody icons. Better than MA though, because you have to make your own in MA. Alright, this is the oh lord. This is the intuitive show file. This is the first show file I ever made. It was supposed to be intuitive. It was not. But here you go. Yeah. Apparently it worked. Oh my god, this is terrible. Why did I ever do this? Oh, there was some oh lordy, I don't even have my macros in this. There was some stupid ass thing I had to do, like put the bitmaps at full or something. Why do I have part? Oh yeah, that's right. I had parse in there. The hell is what? Oh man, damn it. Oh, I hate this so much. Damn it, why did I? Alright, there we go. What is what? Okay, it's my bitmap. There we go. Oh no, that's the speed for the bitmap. What? So yes, here you get to enjoy looking at me trying to figure out my first show file. No, it does not work. Okay. Don't even know. Why is there so much bitmap stuff? Oh my god. Why do I have a panic button? What is life? Okay, you know what? I'll just go to the media window and see what's going on. Okay. Got some effects going apparently. That is terrible. You know, I give up. I'm just gonna figure it all out again instead of trying to look at this god awful show file. Good lord. What was I thinking? Ah, so much better. There we go. Alright, sorry. I know some people don't like the sound of cracking fingers, but sorry. Alright. Maybe once I've reset, because I know that back in the day, I know that sometimes it would help if you just reset things, restart. Okay. So what? Let's go to media. Set that. Where did? Well, that didn't help at all. Yeah, so I know I was able to do it before. I know I was able to have the icons and just copy them over before. I just don't exactly know how. Actually, I'll just look at the groups that I was using before. What was I doing? Lord, what was this? Oh yeah, that's right, because I had different bump buttons for every single type of fixture. For whatever reason. I don't know why. Okay, is this the... What group is this? 12? And it is... Okay, it's a bitmap. Cool. Let's go back to the execute. So yeah, that's that group. Okay. These are all colors that are just copied. Right. And I'm pretty sure one of the things that happens is it... Yeah, there we go. There it is. It copies those to your beam palettes for some reason. Okay. Can't believe there's 12 people watching me do nothing. Or fail at figuring something out. It's crazy. Alright, now I can bring this to full. Oh, that was the wrong fader. Okay. There we go. Now it's at full. Oh. What? Okay, that works. Okay, good. Yeah, I have my output screen on a different monitor, just because it's easier to put it there. But that works. That's good. All right. So that works. Can I copy that now to my media window and have it work? Alright, and then alright, well, let's go to media. Let's change some stuff up. Oh, it's because I have to... Wait a minute. Okay, I have the wrong group selection is what I have. That's what it is. I think. Maybe. Probably. Bitmap 9001. Okay. Where are you? That's this. So if I just copy that to here, it doesn't work. That's right, because you can't copy fixtures for the execute window, you have to record it as a group. All right, so let's do that. Now, oh, that doesn't happen at all, okay. Damn it, the hell's wrong with this thing? What's interesting is it's treating it as a beam. So I'm guessing I have a million beams now. So the color, we got beam. Yeah, there they are. They don't work though, it's great. Wait a minute, what? Nope, nothing works, okay. Bunch of birds flying over the house, wonderful. Oh, how did I do this before? It's ridiculous. Okay, that doesn't work either. Oh yeah, because that's custom, like, video content. See, this works fine. This works all good and fine. And then I can go to the execute window and make those changes here. Well, that doesn't work for some reason, but anyways, yeah, I can make those changes here. It's in the programmer here. Oh, does it treat it as a media thing? Maybe that's why. Maybe I just have to copy it as a media. As some media. Some good quality content. And then it'll work. Yeah, baby, that works, okay. Now. Nope, that's not what I wanted. So we right. Well, that doesn't work. Damn it. What do I even select when I hit that? It's not selecting the pixel map. Oh, maybe I have to select the bitmap and the pixel map. Nope. It's not there. I'm gonna have to look at the manual. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to look at the manual for this. Not on this stream, because that would not be very interesting, but don't want to record it as a cue. I really don't. I can, and I know that will probably work. You know, I'll just test it. If it works, damn it. If it doesn't work, damn it. But it should work. Where's my outputs? There we go. Oh, it's minimized. Okay. Yeah, it works. Damn it. And I can just solo those two. So that works and stuff. And I can probably fade that in and out. Yeah, I can fade that in and out. So that works. I don't want it to work, but it does, I guess. Oh well. Anyways, yeah, that'll probably be I think I'm gonna end the stream there. 4-hour stream, nice, good stuff. I'll make another stream once I figured all this stuff out. But yeah, thank you for watching. probably be streaming sometime this week, if not next weekend. And hopefully by then I'll have figured out this whole media thing and I can explain it. But it's gonna take a lot of reading of the manual. Anyways, thanks for watching. And yeah, if you have any questions, just write a comment in the video in the comment section, and I'll try my best to answer it. And I'll probably just do another stream. If it's easier to do a stream to answer a question, I'll just do that. But yeah, thanks for watching. This stream will be uploaded as soon as it's finished. Have a good day. Have a good weekend.